So welcome to this extraordinary panel discussion of today. My name is Bastian Limahekin. In the next 1 hour and 30 minutes or so, I will moderate this panel discussion. So the panel discussion takes up the theme of religion, media, and culture in Southeast Asia, and 3 panelists are ready to help us delve into the theme. It is my honor to invite them to please come forward and take the panelist seats. First, Professor Dr. Alexander Flor to take the seat on the right side. And Dr. Leo Epafras to take the seat in the middle of the panelist table, please. And Father Dr. Anthony Leuk is ready to take the seat on the left side of the panelist table. Please welcome them with a big applause. Now, before embarking into the panel discussion, allow me to shortly introduce our 3 distinguished panelists. Professor Dr. Alexander Gonzalez Flor is Professor Emeritus of the University of the Philippines Open University, where he previously served as Vice Chancellor for Research and Development and Dean of the Faculty of Information and Communication Studies. Currently, he is a Fellow of the UP Intelligence Systems Center and the UP Resilience Institute and serves on several international editorial boards. His scholarly works revolve around development communication, sustainability science, environmental communication, and knowledge management. Among his publications are an emerging network for sustainable agriculture, knowledge management for development, and innovative strategies and frameworks in climate change adaptation. And the last, emerging research and opportunities, which he co-authored with Dr. Benjamina Flor, his wife. And the second one, Dr. Leonard Epafras, is a faculty member, researcher, and training instructor at the Universitas Gadjah Mada Graduate School, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. His teaching and research focus on religious studies, digital religion, youth and popular culture, Judaism, and interreligious relations. Dr. Epafras is also an experienced trainer on religion and the internet, digital culture, and intercultural peace studies. He has received numerous international scholarships and fellowships, including Fulbright, Endeavor, and United Board Awards. Prior to his academic career, he worked over decades in the IT sector and with non-governmental organizations. And the third one, meanwhile, Father Dr. Anthony Leuk is fitting, holds bachelor's degree in biochemistry and Asian studies from the University of California, Berkeley, a Master of Divinity from Catholic Theological Union, Chicago, and a PhD in religious studies from Assumption University, Thailand. He currently lectures in the Faculty of Moral Theology at Lux Mundi National Major Seminary of Thailand, known as Sangam College. He also Executive Director of the Asian Research Center for Religion and Social Communication, St. John's University, Thailand, and Chief Editor of the Journal and Religious Communication, and also editorial team of reviewer of Journal Ledalero. His research focuses on religion and contemporary issues, including ecology, technology, and migration. Being a prolific writer, his publications include Cyber Digital Theology, Rethinking about our relationship with God and neighbor in the digital environment, and Religious Environmentalism and Environmental Sustainability in Asia. Our 3 panelists will tackle the very theme of religion, media, and culture in Southeast Asia from different angles, based on their respective areas of expertise. Each of them will present his paper for 20 minutes, starting from Professor Flor, then followed by Dr. Leo and Dr. Anthony. So without further ado, Professor Flor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Father Bastian. Actually, I'm in a sort of a dilemma here because I need a clicker. If a clicker is not available, then probably if you could just give me the computer. Oh, there it is. Okay. Salamat pagi, my dear colleagues, fathers and fathers-to-be. We are very much impressed with what constitutes, or the constitution of this room. I understand that we have 70 professors in this institute alone. Okay. And that is quite an impressive number. In the Philippines, there was a time, and I belong to that time, when a professor will only become a professor when he's about to retire. Okay. Now, is there any way that I could see the presentation from here? Or I need to... okay. Let me try. I must say that I was very impressed with the presentation of Father Patricius. And believe it or not, what I will say here may be considered as a continuation of the questions that you raised earlier. These are questions that confront us. As we speak, our lives are being changed by this technology. It's not only the Catholic Church, it's not only the way we worship, it's the way we live, we conduct medicine, we govern ourselves, and so on. But we are, at the moment, looking for the answers. Okay. You posed very good questions, Father Patrice, but we need the answers. We need to understand what is happening so that we are able to solve this dilemma. Okay, shall we? Okay. Shall I try now? Okay. Yes. Thank you very much. This is the...
Do you understand here on top? Maybe you can see better.
Yeah, is it fine?
This might be slightly easy. Oh. Oh, never mind. You can see.
Okay. Yeah. This is actually the topic of our panel discussion: social media, religious communication, and peace building. Each one of the panelists are given 20 minutes each. I don't profess to be as an expert in all of these areas, and in the panel we have more capable members who could talk about social media, religious communication, and perhaps peace building, but I could give you an overview, and I'm sure that what I will tell you will resonate. Okay, so,
Just
this. Keyboard. This one, okay. Thank you. Okay, so I subtitled this Backstories, Insights and Knowledge Gaps. I'd like to talk first about the UP Open University, where I currently serve as Professor Emeritus. Some of my students are in the Zoom space. Most of them are based in areas in the Philippines. One is actually in North Carolina at the moment. It's, I think, 12 noon there right now. And he used to teach at Notre Dame, if I'm not mistaken, and now teaches in that state. Now, the UP Open University is the 5th constituent unit of the University of the Philippines Systems. We have 7 campuses all in all. We were established by the Americans in 1908 as part of the land grant system that they have. We were called UP Cyber Campus at the turn of the millennium. 100% of our courses are offered online, and we established a Faculty of Information and Communication Studies, which teaches multimedia, development communication, computer science, information systems, all in one academic roof, which is quite a different setup from other universities. Usually in other universities, computer science belongs to the Faculty of Engineering. Communication belongs to the Faculty of Arts and Sciences. No, information science belongs to the Faculty of Library Sciences. But we all put them all together in one roof with the observation that all of these things are converging. No, and this was, 20 years ago. And I realize now that maybe IFTK is even more innovative because it has put together creative technology and philosophy, under one institute. Okay. Now, if we have one distinguishing trait, it is openness. We are firm believers of the open access, open educational resources, open science, open research movements. Okay. This is the universal symbol, as you know, of open access. It's A, right? And it looks like a lock. There's an O in the middle. So this is one of the dominant movements that are now shaping education in the future. Open access, open educational resources, open science, and open research. But I also represent another unit of the University of the Philippines. This is the UP Los Baños College of Development Communication, where Ibu Benji, Professor Dr. Benji comes from. Now, development communication was introduced globally as an academic discipline in 1972 by Nora Cabral. And there is a substantive interface between religious communication and development communication. Very substantive interface. So much so that Father Franz Joseph Eilers recognized us and endorsed us in the early 90s, 1990 onwards. And he sent a large number of SVD priests to take their master's and PhD in this institution. So much so that we were nicknamed by the other colleges in that campus as the Development Communications Seminary. I had a class once where there was an SVD priest from Brazil, an SVD priest from India, one from Africa, one from the Philippines, and I also had a Baptist minister in that class, and you could just imagine how lively the discussions were. Now, when I was preparing this presentation late last night, early this morning, it actually occurred to me that I have been teaching. I joined them in 1976. So I have been doing research in communication, teaching and doing outreach programs, mostly in UN agencies, for the past 50 years already, half a century. And I've seen things change. I've seen technologies change. I saw how the dominant paradigms for research have changed in these past 50 years. I will give you an example. This is a book that my students and I produced in, I think this is 2002, 2003. And the authors represented 4 different countries, India, Malaysia, Indonesia, Africa, and of course the rest come from the Philippines. And it covered different aspects of conflict. Now, what conflict where I think which should be addressed, like peace, for instance, addresses this. Okay, so I just try to highlight this. Chapter 2 deals with land, language, and legacy in Rhodesia. in Africa. This is circa 2000, okay? Malaysia was featured here. Aceh was also featured here. The Mindanao insurgency, environmental conflict, making use of social network analysis. Before, there was still no social media. What we did was social network analysis. And indigenous peoples also, as well as official development assistance. Now, the first chapter is titled Convergence. This is the model that we used. In effect, if you're familiar with the convergence model, it is reaching mutual understanding through communication, iterations of exchanges of information. You move towards one another and reach mutual understanding. Father Eilers was very fond of this communication model. Through the convergence model of communication, we hypothesized that peace could be built, peace could be reached. The main intervention for post-conflict societies, for instance, would be communication. That was our hypothesis then, and we presented several case studies which covered different sectors, not only post-conflict or post-war situations. So, is this still true nowadays? Could mutual understanding, could religious communication, could social media lead to peace? That is the question that confronts us now. Now, let me just take, there are a couple more slides here. Okay, let's just take the case of social media and conflict, but I will just use one slide because we have Dr. Leo here who would be more qualified to talk to you about this. No, but what does the literature tell us? Social media, what does it tell us generally? Okay, social media, Facebook, Instagram, etc., TikTok, they create communities, and all of us are part of these communities. But these communities may be malleable. It could change. It's volatile. Now, within these communities, there could be conflict. Okay, outside these communities, there would definitely be conflict. And these communities are scalable. We have communities within communities within communities, right? So generally, it may be internally cohesive. Social media would bring communities together at different scales, of course, but it could be externally divisive. So how, if it's divisive, if it leads to conflict, how could we use it for peace building? Okay? Social media dictates individual and collective realities. I'm sure that Father Patricius would agree with me in this. Our realities are now dictated by the face of our phone. And then there's collective realities once we partake of social media. Okay? At best, social media maintains social networks. All of us are members of these social networks. Now, and at worst, social media fosters rabid tribalism, right? Tribalisme, right? Tribalisme in Indonesia. And so with that, with this as findings in the literature, could we make use of this to build peace? No? Now I'm going to knowledge gaps, the unknowns, the things that we need to answer as researchers, as scholars, and as netizens. Why does social media create communities? Could anyone answer this? There are so many studies going on now. I like the study of Ibu Widya and the dating app, so to speak, for Catholics. Yeah, it creates these communities, but why? How? Has the answer been provided already? We observe that this is the case. That is our conclusion. So we teach our students that they do this, social media does this, does that. But why? How? What is it in social media that fosters tribalism? Why does it, why do we engage in conflict? Is it just our tendency when we read something that we disagree with, and then, you know, the anonymity of being part of that network would allow us to be very, well, would give way to this conflict? Why does it determine individual and collective realities? How do we account for misinformation, disinformation, malinformation? We have been talking about this for the past 5 years, but there is no satisfactory answer. This is still a research gap. Now, let us remind one another of the lack of an adequate definition of what information is. If somebody would ask you, what is information? How would you answer that? You know? And this is the reason why in this, in Father Patricius' presentation, I asked, you know, is it substance? Is information substance? Is it accident? From the perspective of Thomas Aquinas, how would we classify it? It's not matter, right? It's not light. It's not energy. What is it? And why does it change our lives in this manner? Okay? The only definition, technical definition, operational definition that information science give us, and many of you in the computer sciences would know this, you know, is it defines one bit or a binary digit, the basic unit of information. One bit of information is one negative uncertainty, right? It's one uncertainty erased. That's one bit of information, okay? So, if it is related to reality, then sure, it must be determining our realities. Okay, yeah. My question a while ago, primus principia, what is the first principles? If it is not substance, if it is not matter, if it is not energy, then what is it? What is information? Yuval Harari wrote a book recently published called Nexus. There was one whole chapter there on information, but he failed to define it. He just defined its impact on society. So what is ab initio? Principio, prima principio. What is information in and of itself? What is it in? If we answer this question, then we are able to understand how it behaves and affects us that much. What is its nature that allows it the agency to create individual and collective realities? What is it that allows it the agency to create individual and collective realities? And perhaps the answer would come from this sector. You know, perhaps, because these are unanswered questions. These are researchable questions. Okay. Without an R. Tribalisme. Okay. Lubang Kilinchi. These are rabbit holes, right? This is where we go into when we engage, when we're so much involved in social media. Okay, and that is our reality when we're inside the rabbit hole. Entropy. A concept from thermodynamics, but have since been applied by Shannon and Weaver in information science. Entropy, which causes chaos, decay. Nobody is exempt from this. All of us are vulnerable to entropy. Okay? The opposite of tribalisme is communitas, community, okay? But at the same time, there is this pull for division. Realitas, reality, individual as well as collective realities. But what is the cure? What is the opposite of entropy from the Shannon perspective? It is logos. And this is where this sector should come in. Logos that will bring order. The suggestions that Father presented at the end of his presentation actually would contribute to logos that negates entropy. Okay? And I don't know exactly how we are going to do this. As I said, we need more research, not more questions. Right, Father? Okay, and now let me turn over the podium to our next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for your insightful presentation. Let us give a big applause for Professor Flor.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Is it my time is only 20 minutes, or can you have little bit?
We will count starting from the time you
Oh, yeah. In fact, I want to have us more exercise.
Okay.
Is it okay? Is it okay if we move a little bit? There's no convincing voice, so. If okay, then while we waiting, I want to teach you. Would you please to stand up? Yeah, thank you. I want to teach you the little song. I think you know about the rhyme. Kalau tahu lagunya ya, kalau kau suka hati tepuk tangan. Tahu ya? Okay, now differently in English. I'm awake, alive, alert, enthusiastic. I'm awake, alive, alert, enthusiastic. Oke, bisa next mungkin ya, sudah bisa ya. Oke. I'm awake, alive, alert, enthusiastic. I'm awake, alive, alert, enthusiastic. I'm awake, alive, alert, alert, alive, awake. I'm awake, alive, alert, enthusiastic. Sudah oke? Ya, coba-coba saja ya, waktu kita nggak banyak juga. Tapi harus ada gerakannya. Nggak apa-apa ya? Boleh ya? Ini mahasiswa seri semua atau boleh main sedikit? Oke, begini.
Wifi, nanti dia connect ke wifi. Dia butuh kabel itu. Dia butuh kabel. Kabel, ada kabel Type C kan? Nah, diam. Dengan HP. Ambil kabel Type C. Pakai tetris. Mau tetris pakai kabel, Sudah. Internet aku sudah. Biasa. Ini kan connect ke wifi. Kita butuh kabel sih.
Ya, terima kasih. Silakan duduk. Ya, thank you very much. Ya, ini kapan lagi mengerjain para pater dan mahasiswa teologi ya. Inilah kesempatan saya. Oke, belum bisa ya. Baik. Kita akan mulai saja kalau begitu dengan di sebelah ini ya, di punishingnya itu, yang sebelah.
Oh ya.
Ah itu, ya. Ya di refresh saja. Sorry, that's it makes a little bit problem. But anyway, I can start. Just start. I will give panorama of my research. My research is in religion online, how religiosity is expressed in online, and also in many ways. My recent research is digital inclusion among indigenous religious community, masyarakat adat dan para penghayat. So in Flores Island, we visited Lera Ulan Tanah Ikan, in Sumba with Marapu, and then in Timor with Boti community. So we learn how they employ or disemploy digital technology. So we're not only talking about digital technology as expressed in urban people like us more or less, but also how indigenous religious community also embrace or disembrace. We found community that's very much tuned into digital technology, but many others also in hesitant situation, and there's also one community at least that's completely cut off the digital interconnectivity. Oh, okay, thank you very much. Yeah, this is our thing. This is about me. You can take a screenshot on my QR code and all publication for free. I want to start with this, with my classroom as a starting point for our discussion and for our reflection. I believe, especially Professor Alex and also earlier speakers, that's already touched upon several issues I will going to discuss. So I will make a very quick panoramic understanding and observation about Indonesian digital landscape before I give some proposal for us to consider to respond to that situation. I will start with my classroom situation. Suaranya mungkin bisa sedikit keras begitu ya. This is a posting from my Instagram and TikTok account.
Konsentrasi agak sulit sih, tapi aman aja, tidak ada yang penting.
Oke, Mas.
Aku kira selama nggak main HP ada yang ngechat, ternyata enggak.
Oh my god.
Needs healing. So what happened? I preaching first to the students that you already enslave these gadgets 24/7, starting the morning until very late night. We are enslaving our gadgets. If the gadgets can cry, it will cry. So let them take a rest. So I provide a box called, there's a title there, Gadget juga butuh healing. Gadgets need healing. So we do ritual, crying, because we are going to bid a farewell to our gadgets and leave it in the box. So during the 2.5 hours of class discussion, we do traditional knowledge acquisition through writing, noting, and so on. The only technology, digital technology at the time, only the PowerPoint slides. After that, they can reclaim the gadgets, and the gadgets refresh after the 2.5 hours resting. But I think beyond that kind of trivial issues, this is a very important one, because especially in theology, we usually speaking only gadgets as an instrument. This is not true entirely, especially with the coming of AI. It's no more instrument. It is already part. Even I claim in my publication that's going to be published, the title of the publication is Gadgets Need Healing. I claim strongly that without technology there is no humanity. There is no technology without humanity. There is no technology without humanity, and there is no humanity without technology. Our humanity is shaped through technicality. It's already in the Bible. If you check on the Genesis 3rd, when it's traditionally called the fall of the fall of humanity. But when they eat the fruit from a tree of knowledge, good and bad, if I'm not mistaken in English, God rectified their what is the harkat kemanusiaan, their dignity through technology. What is the technology that time? Textile. And according to the Hebrew Bible, Hebrew text, it's not only just leaf, but its ketonet is garb, royally garb. The same expression in the story of Joseph, when Joseph was put out by his father Jacob, jubah, garb. So it's even the rectification of humanity is through technology. I will make a very quick panoramic observation of Indonesian digital landscape, and hopefully then I can have time to propose a little bit insights or proposal. We usually asking about what is religion, and we have a long list of discussion about that and long list of definition of what is religion. But in digital landscape, the question is no more, especially in Indonesia. I don't know in other country, but especially in Indonesia, is no more what is religion, but what is not religion. Because in Indonesia, everything can be dragged into religious issue. One of our research that we collaborate with Bishop of Labuan Bajo, Monsignor Max Regus doing research in Flores. I'm doing research in digital area and also women and pandemic. We found through the, there's no picture here. It's supposed to be, there's a big data picture, how the polarization and friction happening in and everything is religiousized, something like that. It is a big data of, if you know, the Holy Wings restaurant in Jakarta that's have a competition of anyone who named Maria and who named Muhammad can get free drink in that pub, right? Still remember in 3 years ago, and it's going to be huge debate, even though it is a very much commercial, but now it's dragged into the religious issue. What is not religion in Indonesia? Everything can bring polarization or polemic and so on, especially because I think my presentation going to also in line with Professor Benji and also Professor Alex and earlier presenters. I simply want to put that we are living in no more in reflectivity. We are mostly living in reflexivity as a secondary modernity, according to Anthony Giddens. We no more have a time to reflect everything because the intensity of globalization. So that's the manifestation of that is already bring up by Professor Alex is misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. It's only manifestation of that kind of situation. We also no more living, it's already mentioned by Professor Benji about mediation. Professor Benji is speaking about mediated interaction, digital mediated interaction, but also, I think in cultural sciences, we knew that everything, cultural manifestation is always mediated. There is no transparency. When we speak to God, even though Protestantism claimed that they can have connection, real connection with God. In Protestant cell phone, there is a WhatsApp number of God. They can talk to God immediately. Catholic through different rituals and symbols, but Protestant claim no, even so, there is no such thing of immediate connectivity. Everything is mediatized. Even Jesus Christ is also mediator of our God. But what is different today is mediatization. There's a shift of authority. There's also involvement and intervention of commercial or multinational corporates that shape our understanding of reality through digital production. A quick one, what is the problem challenge in Indonesian digital landscape is majoritarianism. Majority is always number one. Militarization of social space. Now even military have their own digital army to check on our social media. Shrinking digital democratic space and the issue of privacy and data security. Indonesia, I don't know, in the Philippines, we have term no viral, no justice. We need to viralize certain issues in order to get attention, traction by the government or the police in order to handle the issue. We have also the challenge of digital inclusivity. In 2023, there's a Minang Bible. Minang is mainly, oh, very quick. Can be 2 more minutes? Yeah, okay. Thank you. And also the challenge with indigenous communities because a quick one, digital opinion shaping pandemic. So the pandemic is not only COVID, but also digital opinion shaping with the rise of influencer, buzzer, cyber mercenaries, disinformation for hire. So you can, if you have money, you can invest that in order to do black campaign and so on. And if you remember the August 2025 huge demonstration against the government, against the DPR in Jakarta, that's for the first time in Indonesian digital landscape, the AI generated synthetic content. Then asymmetric polarization. Here in Indonesian digital landscapes, a more cohesive conservative group have a stronger voices in any religion. I found in my research any religions, Islam, Buddhism, Christianity, different kind of Christianity, Catholicism, Protestantism, and charismatic, and so on. The conservative have a strong position against the more moderate, or what I call Irenic voices. And also AI 2027 scenario, that's according to this scenario. Today, AI already 14 times faster in thinking than humanity. While in AI readiness, our government readiness is very, very low. Indonesia is 12, Philippines number 10, Singapore is number 1, and so on. Another issues we need, and I think it's already handled somehow by Professor Benji. We live in the secondary realities. So in, I don't know, Pater, who also professor here, probably aware that students know more reading. I don't know in Ledalero, probably there's still a strong one, but in Gadjah Mada, in Dewantara, and in other places, many students know more reading because we are living in the secondary reality, even though they typing, it's in fact a reality. This is coming from one of our research finding in indigenous community about secondary reality. So Badui community using voice notes so much, even though they don't get formal. And also, Gen Z here, I call it baby zoomers. I'm baby boomers, just like Ibu Benji. We have baby zoomers now, Gen Z. They do effective hacking. They hacking social spaces, different social issues, but through emotional pull, effective. Now we have siblings against K-nets. That's one example. And we can imagine in interreligious interaction. There is huge fight in Indonesia. And they do, don't forget, because baby zoomers is strong gamification culture, game culture, so they do involve in social issues because it can be played like game and can be hacked. So trolling and so on, doxing is prominent in digital wars among the baby Zoomers. Why? Because it's just like mind game. Yeah, and can be won. Okay, Pemilu 2024, general election 2024 is one example of that. And because of those situations, there is a curiosity gap, which digital give a lot of answers, but also spiritual gap. You know Jesus II, right? This experiment in one church in Swiss. That people can ask something, and there's 100, according to the Guardian, around 1,000 people trying this experiment. But one important issues that I take from that reportage, that about a handful of people, why it's been asked, why you use this Jesus AI, why you try this Jesus AI. The response is, because I'm longing to meet Jesus. This is a huge question, because we have huge, Christianity is the largest religion in the world, 2.5 billion. What is the role, the church, that many of these people have a spiritual gap? Probably when they come to the church, they don't really feel the presence of the God. Okay, 80% of Gen Z would marry an AI. Okay, this is so, and 75% of baby Zoomers consider could replace human relationship by AI. And we are living in intellectual earlier in reflective society, intellectual affirmation is one way for us to understand the reality of the world. Now is experiential and narrative. Sentio ergo sum, no more cogito ergo sum situation.
Excuse me, Pak Leo,
Okay.
your time is over.
All time's over. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Pak Leo, for your inspiring presentation. Let us give big applause to Dr. Leo. Now we move on to Father Dr. Anthony Leuk's presentation, and hopefully you can finish it in 20 minutes, Father. Please.
I hope.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
So I don't have a PowerPoint, so it'll save. I find that the more I talk about technology, the less I want to use technology in my presentations. So I just have something that I prepared in terms of text to share with you. Well, I think many of you might have known or have followed on social media a phenomenon that took place in the United States recently. In late October 2025, a group of about 20 Buddhist monks in the US decided to set out on a 3,700 kilometer walk from Texas to Washington, D.C. And they call this walk the Walk for Peace. And that's all they did. They walked. They walked silently every day. They walked for about 30 miles. And they would stop for lunch and stop to rest at night, and then the next day they walk again. So when they started, just a few people heard about the walk and welcomed them. But then word started getting on social media about this walk. So people who were living in other states, far away, in other cities that happened to be on the way, they started coming out in order to meet these monks. And so what was just a few dozen people welcoming them along the way became hundreds, then became thousands, then became tens of thousands. So by the time they finished their walk in Washington, D.C. just last February, just last week, totally hundreds of thousands of people came out to meet them along the way. And Washington, D.C., which is full of people at the place where they concluded their walk. And they didn't do anything, they just walked. They walked when it was sunny, they walked when it was raining, they walked when it's snowing. Sometimes they walked barefoot, other times they wore shoes. But what changed people, what really created this phenomenon was that words caught on social media. So their Facebook page originally was small. Now they have about 3 million followers. And they have a dog named Aloka that walks with them. And the dog also became popular. The dog now has its own Facebook page, and it has 1 million followers. Does anybody here have that many followers? So the point is there was a question earlier, what creates community? How does social media create community? This is one way that we see how social media creates community. It begins with the actions of individuals who are really genuinely walking or doing things for peace. And people recognize that. And people are attracted to this kind of sincerity and genuineness that these Buddhist monks did. So what the document towards full presence on social media says is that, there isn't such thing as an online or offline anymore, because there isn't a distinction between something that takes place online and offline. But now what we speak about is being on life. Life is always on, whether it is in physical space or whether it's in digital spaces. So it is always on life. And it is this aspect of being on life, this inseparable aspect between physical and digital, which is represented by social media, that we want to work with. And we know that online spaces are not always as peaceful as in the situation with the Buddhist monks. And we see the thing is, it's not always the conflicts that are harmful. Sometimes it's what is presented as sincerity, but not true sincerity, that is also extremely harmful. So a lot of times we focus on the apparent conflicts on social media. But we see in the example of Pope Leo, when Pope Leo was elected as Pope, there were a lot of social media contents about Pope Leo. But then once he became Pope, we can go on YouTube, and you can go on YouTube right now, and you can find channels, YouTube channels that have Pope Leo sermons, Pope Leo homilies. And some of them are 30 minutes, 40 minutes long. And Pope Leo is preaching about all kinds of issues relating to religious life, religious to faith, and so on. And there's a voice of Pope Leo. And there's a picture of Pope Leo on the cover. But in reality, that is not Pope Leo. It's not his real voice. It's an AI-generated voice of Pope Leo. The problem is many people listen to it, tens of thousands of people listen to these sermons as if they are listening to Pope Leo, and they're good Christians like you and I, and they're saying amen and thanks be to God and thank God for our Pope, and it's all out of sincerity. But yet this is extremely dangerous, because as we can see right now in the age of social media, the distance between truth and falsehood is very, very close, and sometimes inseparable. And so this is why, in order for us to be peacemakers, I think we have to we have to gain some qualities. So in this short time, I would like to suggest to us some qualities, some attitudes or some dispositions of what religious communicators should be like, should do in order to build peace in the world. And when I say religious communicators, I mean anybody who speaks, teaches, represents, or bears moral witness in a public space. So that means all of us. That means anyone who speaks anywhere, whether it's online or offline. So it's not primarily as influencers or technicians, but as ethically and spiritually formed persons. And so the first suggestion that I would like is that religious communicators on social media must be informed and discerning. And we know that wisdom literature across traditions teaches that truth is not grasped automatically. It requires attentiveness, patience, and humility. And in this age, these challenges has intensified. Truth today is not encountered only in what is said, but in how information reaches us, how it is selected, framed, repeated, and emotionally charged. What appears first, what appears often, what provokes strong reactions, quietly shapes perception before reflection even begins. So sincerity alone is not enough, right? Good intentions do not protect us from manipulation. So every medium has what I call a grammar. When we learn language, we have to learn the grammar. Learning the words alone does not help you to speak Bahasa, or in my case, you do speak already, right? But I have to learn the grammar. And so social media has its own grammar. And the grammar is that it privileges speed, brevity, and immediacy, right? Reaction is rewarded, and reflection is displaced, as been already mentioned. So the grammar of social media provokes anger, it provokes fear, it privileges outrage. And beneath all of this is what we call the attention economy, right? What creates the most attention is most profitable, right? So social media does not care about truth. So this is the problem. It doesn't care about truth. It cares about what makes it the most money for the platform. So this affects not only what we see, but how we judge and what we desire. And so what we need to do is to learn how to be informed of all these different mechanisms within social media, and we have to learn the grammar in order to navigate the digital spaces well. The second suggestion I have for you is religious communicators must communicate humanely. In religious traditions, one insight appears often and again. Human being is made for relationship. We are formed through encounter, recognition, and belonging. To be seen as human, to be addressed with dignity, is not a luxury, it is a basic human need. But digital environments, however, often intensify this painful paradox. We are constantly connected, and yet we're increasingly isolated. Communication multiplies, but real presence thins, right? And so when people are reduced to profiles, labels, or opinions, or political parties, something essential is lost. So the other person becomes an abstraction, a position to defeat, a threat to neutralize, or a symbol onto which fear is projected. Now, in this world that is governed by metrics, the human person risks becoming data. So dignity then becomes fragile. But all religious traditions in different language resist this reduction, whether grounded in the belief that every person bears the image of God, or in convictions about sacred life, inherent worth, or shared humanity. There's a common insistence that no person is disposable. To communicate humanely is first to see, and that means to remember that behind every comment and every post is a real person with a story, wounds, hopes, and limits. In the recent message for the World Day of Communication, Pope Leo says that we must preserve the face and voice of the human person, right? So we cannot act humanely if we fail to remember that there is a face and there is a voice and there are stories that are attached to every profile that we are interacting online. So what religious communicators must do then is to create spaces of belonging before believing. So this is what I really try to emphasize is belonging before believing. Believing here, it doesn't necessarily mean religion. It could be political perspectives. It could be social perspectives or belongings. But what is important is that we need to have belonging as a human family, as a community. That is more important than whether they believe the same thing as you do. So to be humane communicators is to create these spaces of belonging in how we communicate, especially in social media. The third and final suggestion is to be dialogical. Never before have human beings spoken so much, and yet understanding seems increasingly scarce. Digital platforms amplify voice while weakening listening. Reactions places reflection, everyone speaks, and few people feel heard. So dialogue is often misunderstood as weakness, indecision, or compromise. And yet, religious traditions insist that dialogue is not really a technique, but it's a way of being present to others. And dialogue begins with listening. Not listening to reply or to argue, but listening to truly understand. And this requires us to slow down, to resist the logic of algorithms, not to react, and to see, to understand that not everybody has the whole picture, neither we nor the other person in the dialogue. So in this world where there's a lot of peace, where questions of peace and violence, justice and suffering, belonging and exclusion are always being contested, you know. And we need to have a moral imagination that are formed so that we can enter into this dialogue with sincerity. Because engaging in dialogue is itself peace building. You know, so in the Catholic Church, we sometimes say we carry out our mission through dialogue, as if dialogue is a mode of doing mission, right? Some theologians say mission is dialogue. Dialogue is mission. So I would say dialogue is itself peace building, not a means towards peace building, but the act of engaging dialogue is itself peace building. So I think for the brevity of time, I will stop there, and then I was maybe in the spirit of the Beatitude. In Matthew, we say, blessed are those who are discerning, blessed are those who treat others humanely, and blessed are those who choose dialogue, because through them, peace can come about in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Anthony, for your profound reflection on both the potentials and the negative aspects of social media, and including for pointing out on how social media can create a wider ecological community. That was a good one. Now it is time to have key and a session. This panel discussion is scheduled to end at 12:20, but because we started late and there were some technical difficulties along the way, so I would like to consult to the organizing committee whether it's possible to extend it until 12:30. Okay, thank you very much. So 30 minutes is rather short. So I would like to remind the audience to be really concise in formulating your questions. And because it is possible that one question will be answered by 3 panelists respectively, so one participant is allowed to ask only one question. And please state your name, your institution, your question, and which panelist your question is addressed to. So the floor is now open. So we'll start the first term with 2 questions from the audience on site. The one on my left side, the student in dark shirt. Yes. And the second one is Rifal.
Thank you very much. My name is Pante. I'm a postgraduate student of IFTK Ledalero. My questions actually goes to Father Anthony. I've read your article on cyber theology, theologizing in the digital age, and I also remember that Alin Amaro da Silva and also Andrea Grip, who also wrote about cyber theology, says that cyber theology is not only about faith-seeking understanding of itself, but also of the digital phenomena, or about the cultural reality where faith itself is lived. So my question to you is, how do we frame or consider any digital experience or phenomena as a valid source of theology, in this case, cyber theology? How do we frame that any kind of digital phenomena as source of theology? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that question. I am a student of Father Stephen Bevins, SVD, in Chicago, and Father Stephen Bevins wrote a very famous, highly cited book on models of contextual theology, where he presented various ways of understanding theology. Of course, this book was written a long time ago, before this idea of cyber theology or digital theology came about. But inspired by his thinking, where we see every theology is contextual in some ways, right? Even the Bible is a form of contextual theology is because it is theologizing based on the experiences of a very specific group of people at a very specific time in history in Palestine. And then theology was then also contextualized in the case of Europeans, and then now on to Asia, to Africa, and so forth. And so I think the digital experiences that we are speaking about nowadays represents a certain kind of context in which then it's not a geographical or cultural context, but it's a new kind of context. And I think every context becomes resources for theologizing if we think about it in how it affects our relationship with God, and then in turn our relationship with other human beings and with creation. Thank you.
Thank you. Though this question is addressed first of all to Father Anthony, two other panelists may want to jump in if you want to. Professor Dr. Leo, would
Yeah, a little bit. I don't have chance to come to my proposal, so I touch upon my proposal and hopefully it somehow respond to your question. In fact, I truly agree with Father Anthony somehow, but I'm coming from the empirical studies. I'm studying, not checking on the theology first, but how people behave and enhance their life through digital issues. So the first proposal of my proposal is we have to understand technology is also a pharmakon. You know, the Platon expression that's any technology, even writing, can be dreadful and also harmful, even though it's just like writing something. It is a poison and cure. Pharmakon means poison and cure. So, and especially in digital landscape, I already mentioned, even though not complete, how challenging the digital landscape is it can be a source of theology. Of course, I write 2 articles about digital theology. I want to go to Jacques Derrida, if you're familiar with that, with him. The idea of hostility and hospitality as the challenges, as the pull and push factors in digital engagement. So we need to manage that. We cannot imagine that Father Anthony mentioned Father Pope Leo speaking in his voice and looks and so on, but behind that there is noise, completely machine generated message, which means the issue of hospitality is truly in question. Is it the machine generated source of theology is, in that case, is hospitable or probably raise hostility? So that's the first proposal. Secondly, more factual, because coming from my analysis of SNA, social network analysis, big data, that I mentioned a little bit, one of our outcome of the research, be information arbiters. Information arbiters being in the middle of complete conflicting or polemics, especially in religious issues. By as already suggested by Anthony, being hospitable and being embracing, dialogical, and so on. Even though we knew, as I mentioned, we are in the reflexivity mode, no time to reflect the real one. But anyway, we can try to be an information arbiter. That's my second. The third one, more theological. In fact, the issue is more than technicality. I always defender of that. Again, I mentioned humanity without technology, there's no humanity at all. We are, even though there's a level of that. So the issue more not about the tool set, but more on mindsets. How true we can use technology properly. And I want to push the idea of kairos, because modernity in the era of digital is squeezing time, is only a chronos situation. We need to reclaim to the kairos issue, but not only as a kairos, as a momentous time, but also moment with telos, with goal, with target, with objective. That I think what I understand what Jesus. So we can use technology as a to be, not to have. That's the meaning, the basic idea of kairos, the third one. That's what I call, what I use, gadgets need healing situation in my classroom. That's the way we explore kairos. I think that's my additional comment. Thank you.
Leo. I hope that these 2 questions suffice your thirst for the answers. Now we move on to the second question from Rival Naku.
Thank you very much. I want to make comment about what Dr. Leonard said, and upon them I want to make a question.
Only one. You can choose either one, not both.
You said before that technology always coexists with humanity. Technology is nothing without humanity, and also vice versa. We all know that right now in AI age, AI can exist without the agency of humanity. So it can think, generate knowledge, and AI somewhat, I can say, a sentient being for a certain context. I read the other day that some researcher made a kind of simulation to force AI to shut down. So they made a simulation in a server room that a man is dying. So AI have to make choice. Either it shut down or it can ignore that man. So from that simulation, 80% AI ignore that man.
Jump directly into your question, please.
Okay, my question is, what do you think about the age of AI, that the technology doesn't need agency of human? For example, in social media, a large sum of the user of social media is just bots. So there's no real human behind that bot. I demand your answer. Thank you.
Man, okay.
That question.
Yeah, thank you. There is no conclusive response, I have to admit. This is an ongoing process. We don't even the producer of AI, OpenAI, Microsoft, Google, doesn't have answer what would be the AI is coming to. We don't know yet. We still in process. And when I claim that there is no theology without humanity, in fact, I want to return the pre-Socratic eras, because the idea is coming from the European, especially the Greek philosophy, that when Socrates separated between logos and mythos and logos and techne, that's a problem. Now we inherited theology that's some, of course not all, that thinking is only instrument, because we lost the touch upon with nature and with analogy, because we separated logos and techne. So now, when the coming of internet, digital technology, that separation is not immediately become unison, no, but there's no, now it's much flowing, much more interconnected. That's, I think, what I mean by that, which means any aspiration studied by Professor Benji yesterday with all the qualities of being a digital agents in digital world, or suggestion by Professor Anthony and Professor Alex, we cannot remove this from our path of engagement. That's what I mean by that. Even though, of course, there are huge problems, but this morning before I coming to this building, I have a CNN report about prompting, that how technologists try to what is called in the digital world jailbreaking ChatGPT. Why? Because they want to know how the thinking process behind. That's the first response. The second one about there's no humanity behind. If we coming back to Yuval Harari, one of the book is Homo Deus. When data, big data is become so immense, so ubiquitous, so powerful, and our life is easily quantified into data, in fact, we can somehow make a mirror, probably not truly sentient, but a mirror that can mirror human behavior and so on. How to respond? Coming back to technology, but of course we need to have, again, my proposal is uplifting kairos. Now we move to the kairos, to be, and so on. But the final thought, I cannot properly respond in this. We need to have a special workshop on that. There's a philosophy called panpsychism. If you're dealing with indigenous communities, they are very much panpsychism because they believe spirit in stone, spirit in trees, and so on. But now we push, especially through Bruno Latour, a French philosopher. And if you know a book from Michael Northcott, theologian from Edinburgh, God and Gaia, even the earth itself is a spirited being, and then we can think probably AI have certain element of that spirit. This is of course a deep and difficult issues, but please think about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Pa Leo, for your answers. Could I respond to that?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Okay, the question is, can technology be sentient? I think that was the question forwarded. Is there any possibility that AI, for instance, would become sentient, or is it sentient already at this point? Are you interested in pursuing that thought further? Well, if name an LLM, ChatGPT, Gemini, Perplexity, DeepSeek, could they generate answers that are beyond what is inputted? Okay, what is available in the World Wide Web? Can they generate answers beyond that at this point? I don't think so. Each and every answer that they provide, given a prompt, would come from somewhere. It would come from somewhere. It's, the next word that is most often used would be provided by the large language model. Okay. So if you have an output which is generated or from more than the input, then perhaps we could say that there is some sentient ingredient in artificial intelligence. But how would that happen? Remember, this is a black box we are talking about. Neural networks operating in a black box. But something would emerge from it, right? This is called emergence. If that something that emerges really is from beyond the input, then perhaps we could say that eventually artificial intelligence would be not artificial. Yeah, and maybe Father Anthony would have something to say about that.
Yeah, very interesting question. Is stimulating a lot of discussion, so that's good. So I think there was a mention of the idea of agency. I think right now nobody, I don't think that many people will argue that AI has agency. I think what we are more concerned with is not that AI has agency, but that AI and the technologies intervene into the agency of human beings. So agency is something that human beings have and are at risk of losing or giving into it to AI, right? Because part of being human, as you mentioned, is you have to have agency, you have to have creativity, and you have to be accountable. And right now, AI cannot be accountable. That's why when, as a journal editor, and you submit an article, you cannot use AI as your co-author. Right? Because your ChatGPT cannot be responsible for the ideas that you are presenting in the paper. Right? So because it does not have agency, it cannot be accountable to what it says in the paper. So I think what we need to be more worried about is to reclaim the agency and to maintain the agency that belongs to us, instead of worrying about how AI has agency or not. Because as long as we are sure of our own agency, we will not allow others to take it away from us. I think that's the danger that we as the church is very concerned about at this time.
Yeah. May I add something to that, Father? You know, technically defined, and I'm sure that you're familiar with this technical definition of agency. Agency has purpose, it has intent. Okay? So if you have an algorithm that produces an answer, do you have intent or purpose in that algorithm? Is there an innate purpose or intent? I don't think so. The purpose is provided by the coder, the programmer, okay? But not the algorithm. The algorithm is a workflow, okay, which leads to something. And so it is very difficult to say really that AI at this point technically has agency. It may appear to be such. It may simulate or that it possesses agency, but without, it's like having ChatGPT having a purpose, making you rich or making you wise. It doesn't have such a thing yet, as I can imagine.
Okay, thank you very much for your answers. And now, in order to ensure the fair opportunity for asking questions, we give the opportunity to our audience online, if any. Online. Is there any?
They are now taking their lunch.
Okay. Okay, then I think we have 10 minutes left, so we need one more question. Okay, the question, I give the opportunity to the students behind Father Willie. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ican Priyatno. First of all, I would like to appreciate your presentation here for our panelists today. I have one question for our panelists today. In your presentation, Father, the second panelist, said that media is our culture. And I agree with your opinion, because if we see from Michel Foucault's perspective, media is a power. Media can shape our thinking and action. So my question is, do we can be authentic human in this era when we know that media is a power? And how we can define the authenticity? This is my question. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll give the first opportunity to Pak Leo to answer this question, and then Father Anthony, and then Professor Flor.
Thank you. Priyono, betul ya? Namanya? Ican, yang di air itu ya? Oh, itu. Sorry. You mean knowledge is power? Foucault term, yeah. We cannot easily confuse media and knowledge, because having different category. How to become authentic humanity? Of course, it is very challenging question today. If we want to go to more traditional understanding of humanity, I cannot recall the philosophers. Yeah, I'm not coming from the philosopher discipline, philosophy discipline, but I truly encourage us all here to think seriously about what the meaning of authenticity. We have to understand we are living in a network society. And again, I refer, my champion is Bruno Latour. If his proposal is real, and even our earth is living organism, has its own agency, then we need to think as a network humanity or network being. Or probably it's better network becoming, because our humanity is evolved through this process, through this sensuality in our interaction with technology and with other people. Then we have to think about what authenticity means. In social media context, we already testify the challenge and the problems. People who try to validate their authenticity through what netizens say. You know, netizen is maha benar dan maha pengasih. It's problematic. But in it, we understand why I mentioned the statistic, not from my research, from other research, from other institutes, mentioned 82% baby Zoomers, Gen Z, want to wed AI. Which means we cannot, again, if you want to have a strong pastoral vocation, to use all definition of pastoral care simply, oh, you need to separate from. Probably we need the intervention of technology to help. How many pastors here, how many frater and brothers and so on here that can handle thousands of Catholics, Christians, and so on? Probably we need a dispersed authority I mentioned earlier. Now we're living in the dispersed authority. No more hierarchical. We are living in heterarchical arrangement, social arrangement. So we need to think about it. I don't have a straightforward answer to that, but please think seriously about that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the question you raised is not necessarily a technological question, but I think it's an age-old question. And I think for me, as a scholar of religion, I think human authenticity, we have examples in our religious traditions of what it means to be authentically human. As Christians, we have Jesus as the model of the perfect, authentic human being. As a Buddhist, you have the Buddha, who is enlightened and awakened, who is free from suffering, from detachment, who is all compassionate, right? If you're a Muslim, you have Muhammad, the Prophet, who is also an exemplar of how a good human being needs to be. So from a religious perspective, I think we have a lot of exemplars that we can imitate, and we need to continue to hold on to the qualities that make up those individuals as authentic, good human beings. And as long as we do not lose those qualities of compassion and charity and truth and beauty and goodness, then we are authentic human beings in those ways, I think. Thank you.
Okay, may I ask a question? How many of you are computer science majors? None? Information science majors? Information systems? Management information systems? None. Okay. But all of you are familiar with AI, of course. Okay, how could you be authentic as a human within this environment that we are now having, this environment that surrounds us, that we need to make use of technology, that we need to make use of large language models in answering our questions and so on. Yeah. The ones who developed ChatGPT, okay, the coders, the ones who develop the algorithms for that, do you think that they are unethical? Do you think that they are not authentic humans? Or let's backtrack a little. Facebook has a lot of problems in the past. It led to suicides, remember, and other things. It now is the commodification of our data. That was started with Facebook. Is Mark Zuckerberg the original person who developed the algorithm? Is he unethical? Is he not authentic? From his perspective, he was doing something to help the world, right? But it had, it led to other things. And possibly it was because, not of ethics, not because he is an unethical human being, but because of his values. What do I mean by values? He wanted profit more than service, right? The commodification of our data actually is a result of that value. So nowadays there are debates on artificial intelligence saying that what is wrong is the lack of ethics. We have to have ethical guidelines in its use in the classrooms and so on. I do not believe that it is because of ethics. I believe it is because of our values. So if we imbibe the values enumerated by Father Anthony at the end of his presentation a while back, if we imbibe those tips, so to speak, then we could, that's a long way towards becoming human or authentic in this environment of technological disruption. Okay. It may be a slow process because we need to know more. I do not think it is a matter of ethics. I think it's a matter of values and ignorance. We are ignorant of what these technologies will eventually lead to. Even if we ask ourselves now, yes, maybe this would lead to progress and so on, but there are some things that emerge that we are unprepared to address, and well, maybe we have to do our work as scholars and researchers in order to answer these questions so that we understand this more and we comprehend what is happening to us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor, for your answer. I could see from here that many hands were raised among the audience, demanding for the opportunity to ask questions. But I'm afraid that we will have to bring this very interesting discussion to a close due to time constraint. But before bringing this panel discussion to an end, I would like to give the panelists 2 minutes each, to make their respective closing statement, starting from Father Anthony Leuk, then followed by Pak Leo, and then Professor Flor. Yes.
I think I'll just take 30 seconds. I have a word to maybe introduce to you, and this is a word that can be an alternative to the, right now we're used to algorithms, and our life is determined and sort of influenced by algorithms. And so what is the alternative for us to not be dominated and controlled by algorithms? And so I would like for us to think of this term called Deo rhythm. Deo rhythm is the rhythm of God. It's the rhythm of reflection. It's the rhythm of slowness. It's the rhythm of listening. It's the rhythm of not reacting, and doing things in God's own time. Right, so we need to recover and think about this rhythm of God, Deo rhythm. And I think if we try to keep this in our mind, then the Deo rhythm will help us to not be controlled by the algorithm. Thank you.
Thank you also, Father Anthony, for the theorhythm. I'm read it down. Thank you. Hopefully this is a complementary of Brother Anthony and also Professor Alex. I'm a sociologist of religion, more empirical see. So what I see is digital landscape is a space of becoming. I think it's important one because we cannot truly escape from this technology. We can manage it. My last Instagram content is about digital detox. Control this, and also you already see and already saw my classroom with gadgets need healing as a way we understand the becoming is not entirely rely on our tools, but also we cannot escape from that. So we need to reclaiming our agency, but at the same time aware that non-humans, AI especially, is also part of the landscape that create the reality today. So I think we need to be more attentive to this development, especially me. I endorse you to learn the ethical AI, the ethical social media, and I already my proposal of being information arbiter in the conflicting landscape of digital. And lastly, even though I'm not a theologian, but I'm theologian as a training, I think this is the point we need to develop what's so-called theology of incarnation and theology of intercarnation. Somehow reflected in by the Professor Benji's presentation of embodiment issues, not specifically because now the body in digital realm is multiplication and developed. So I think that my last point to take digital landscape as a space of becoming. Thank you.
During my presentation, I mentioned a word which I thought you would be familiar with. I thought that there were information scientists in the group. This word is entropy. Entropy comes from physics, you know, the second law of thermodynamics in junior secondary high school now. It was introduced by physicists in the 200 years ago maybe, or 150 years ago. The reaction of heat and cold. Okay, but in the early 20th century, physicists began relating it to information theory. Entropy is the tendency for everything to decay, to be disorganized over time. Entropy is the reason why we grow old, why my hair will turn white, if not balding, where societies get disorganized and collapse, where the tendency for empires to eventually fade. Entropy is now defined in this way because of a person called Claude Shannon. He founded information science, and the physicist before him, Schiller. Okay. Now they also said that how can we, if entropy affects all of us, it's the reason why our cars break down, why round objects become cornered, why square objects become rounded. No, it is present in everything. And according to Claude Shannon, there is only one remedy for entropy. He called it negative entropy or negentropy. Actually, a physicist said that before him. Negentropy. And negentropy is information. Information is that cure. And I think for the longest time, information technology was being used for that purpose. But unfortunately, information technology itself is breeding entropy. Okay. Now, that could be a starting point for research, a theoretical lens, so to speak. Our group, our research team at the Intelligence Systems Center are actually looking into that. But as I said, we have to define information. I agree with everything that this Father, Dr. Anthony, and Dr. Leo has said. I believe that these are the small steps that would enable us to be, as you said, an authentic human in this technological environment. But eventually, we need to address this thing face on, by knowing more about this phenomenon. Thank you.
These closing statements serve as the conclusions of our panel discussion today. I would like to thank our three panelists for having generously shared their thoughts and wisdoms with us, not only thoughts but wisdoms here. I also would like to thank all the audience, both on site and online, for your enthusiasm and insightful questions and comments, which have helped making this panel discussion a fruitful exchange of ideas, experiences, and wisdoms. Now let us give our panelists and ourselves real big applause.
Thank you.
Now that the panel discussion comes to a close, I would like to give the microphone back to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the panelists and the moderator, Father Bastian. So as a token of our gratitude, we would now like to present plaques and souvenirs for the panelists. So I respectfully invite Father Publius as the Dean of Faculty of Theology and Philosophy of IFTK Ledalero. So Pater, please come forward, and I invite the panelists to join. Pater, please, this way. Please, once again, we give a big round of applause for the panelists and the moderator. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, Father. We will now move to our next session, which is lunch break. So we're going to have lunch at the atrium, and please come back here at 1:30 because we're gonna continue with our afternoon papers. Thank you very much for your participation in this morning session. We now proceed with our afternoon papers. The first paper of this session will be entitled Comparative Study of Ecological Knowledge, Ecological Awareness and Sustainable Ecological Practices of Students of Catholic Religious Education Study Program of IFTK Ledalero. So this paper will be presented by Fransiskus Charly KU, and it will be chaired by Father Peter Tan. So please welcome our chair of this session.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully, after having lunch, we have a little bit more spirit and new energy to be more focused on this session. Okay, welcome back to this presentation session. And the title of this new presentation is, as you can see on the screen behind me, a comparative study of ecological knowledge, ecological awareness, and sustainable ecological practices of students of Catholic Religious Education Study Program, Ledalero Institute of Philosophy and Creative Technology. And actually this research paper is conducted by some authors, Fransiskus Charly KU, Paulus Bareka Matukan, Adrianus Tab, Elenoris Ariano Deta Aran, Cornelio da Costa Mendes. And Fransiskus Charly KU will present this paper on behalf of the other authors. So before going on to the presentation, I would like to introduce you the presenter, Fransiskus Charly KU. He was born on February 6, 1997 in Aimere, Ngada Regency, East Nusa Tenggara. In 2021, he completed his undergraduate studies in philosophy at Ledalero Institute of Philosophy and Creative Technology. Now he is a postgraduate student in theology at Ledalero Institute of Philosophy and Creative Technology. Without further ado, I invite Fransiskus Charly KU to come forward and start to present your materials. And before you, okay, please, before you start with your presentation, your time will be 20 to 25 minutes, and then we go on discussion session between 10 or 15 minutes. Okay, time is yours.
Good afternoon for everyone. I'm standing here on behalf of my groups to present you our presentation. The title of our presentation is Comparative Study of Ecological Knowledge, Ecological Awareness and Sustainable Ecological Practices of Students of Catholic Religious Education Study Program, Ledalero Institute of Philosophy and Creative Technology. Our presentation will be divided to 4 parts. There are introduction, result and findings, discussion, and conclusion. We will start with introduction. In some decades later, our discussion about environmental crisis has become the most popular topic, not only because environment itself, but also because of its correlation with many other topics. Nowadays, when we are talking about some serious environmental challenges, such as climate change, declining biodiversity, pollution and ecosystem damage, we are also taking a place to put our intention to human rights, other creation rights, sustainable development, even how do religions teach their believers to do something in the world with woundedness environment. This fact brings us finding an interconnectedness between each element in the earth. Every element around us actually has a connection with any other elements. When we face some kind of an environmental crisis, there is also a question emerge. How do we deal with those problems? This research is trying to find out how do people realize their contribution to environmental crisis. There are three basic aspects those we put to analyze. They are ecological knowledge, ecological awareness, and sustainable ecological practice. This research involves 34 female students of Ledalero Institute of Philosophy and Creative Technology who were living at Beata Maria Josefa dormitory in Ledalero. All of them come from different places in Flores. By analyzing their answer, we go further to see how this research can give a contribution for recreating our Catholic education approach and church leadership. This is the main findings of student responses to the ecological knowledge, ecological awareness, and sustainable ecological practice based on assessment scale. 1 for minimal, 2 for limited, 3 moderate, 4 sufficient, and 5 for extensive. The first one is ecological knowledge of students. Based on this data, we then assume that in general, the students have had adequate ecological knowledge. Their ecological knowledge comes by interaction with others in the family life, school, especially by interaction in church life. By communicating with others through discussion, attend mass, and other social relations, we find also a commitment as personal efforts in developing their ecological knowledge. Based on the data also, we assume that our pastoral agents have worked well to provide adequate information to increase their ecological knowledge. The second is ecological awareness and attitudes. By looking at this data, we can assume that the level of ecological awareness of this student is directly proportional to their ecological knowledge. The ecological knowledge of students that is adequate at a certain point allows them to reach a positive ecological awareness. They are generally not only able to identify the environmental crisis that occurs as part of the reality of the degradation of faith, but also reflect their position to be responsible for environmental sustainability. The third one is sustainable practices and behavior patterns. By looking at this data, the researcher find that there is an inconsistency between the ecological knowledge and ecological awareness of the student with their sustainable ecological practice and behavior patterns. The data above show that most students are not seriously involved in various activities to preserve the environment. The researcher also found that both adequate ecological knowledge and awareness did not really enable the student to take personal steps to get involved in environmental care activities. Even though these students were well involved in environmental care activities carried out by the church and school, this fact actually shows that their involvement was very monumental and occurred based on instruction from other parties. This data also show that adequate ecological knowledge and awareness did not fully guarantee that the student then have a creativity to create an independent ecological movement. And this is our problem. We will go to discussion. The first one is interpretation of mind findings. The findings in the study show that in general, students have sufficient knowledge about the environment, including in an understanding of the benefits, dangers of an unhealthy environment, and basic knowledge about strategies to preserve it. In relation to this, we are aware of several things that could be the main factors influencing the knowledge of students. First, cultural factors. We realize that although on the one hand it is necessary to give appreciation to the performance of pastoral agents, on the other hand, we need to add the influence of internalization of values in local culture. Alex Zebadu, for example, emphasized that the situation of the agrarian florist community has made them see agriculture land as a unique cultural representation of the figure of Holy Mother. With this, land is considered as a source that gives life. This understanding is passed down from one generation to another, so that from time to time, agricultural land and the surrounding environment, such as mountains, forests, and the seas, must be treated carefully and respectfully. The second, preaching of pastoral agents that are full of ecological content. The ecological knowledge of the student, according to researchers, was also obtained through a pastoral approach that seeks to see environmental issues as part of the manifestation of faith. Susanto emphasized that environmental damage is no longer seen as something outside of faith, a perspective that then give rise to the idea that ecological damage would also have a significant impact on religious life. Based on this awareness, pastoral agents, be it priests, monks, and nuns, as well as other pastoral workers, are urged in various ways to be involved in building the knowledge and awareness of the people about the importance of preserving the environment. Priest sermons in various forms of catechism on the theme of ecological have become a powerful way of shaping the knowledge and awareness of this student. With these above findings, we also do not want to ignore the role of educational institutions in effort to provide knowledge and encourage the emergence of ecological awareness. In this context, we see the role of educators for religious education, because religious education basically leads the formation of the character of students. Departing from the social teachings of the Church, such as Laudato Si and Laudato Deum, for example, an inspiration from the Holy Scriptures and start as a starting point, educators can direct the student to know that their involvement in concrete and practical sustainable action is urgent in the midst of an increasingly severe environmental crisis. The second is implication for Catholic education and church leadership. The findings of this study indicate the fact that there is a significant gap between ecological knowledge and awareness and sustainable ecological practice. Therefore, by looking at the result of the existing research, we would like to recommend several ways as strategies to increase ecological knowledge and awareness in Catholic schools and communities, as well as the right way to arouse interest in involvement in concrete sustainable ecological practice. First, arts education that includes efforts to create narrative and produce ecologically nuanced film. Auschwitz, in his article entitled "We Must Recognize That hopelessness is not reality, it is a mindset. Emphasize that art education, both through narrative and film, can help educators and students in the ongoing learning and teaching process by offering a different picture to understand the surrounding environment. In addition, art education can be a way for young people to engage intuitively and non-verbally to process their knowledge and emotion to become a source of dynamic insight in a complex education system. Art education, in other words, seeks to create a combination of art, cognitive awareness, intuition, action, and emotion, so that it can be an attraction to open human sense. This combination is considered to be very relevant in ongoing education because it can be a way to learn in a different, more explorative and motivating way. We in this study also agree with Hendro Burianto, who emphasized that Catholic education that pays attention to environmental issues, both in formal and informal education in religious communities, must first focus on effort to build value-based environmental efforts. The main value that must be prioritized in this effort is the awareness that every creation has an extrinsic value that is inherently been in each of them. In addition, awareness of values will lead students to realize the basic needs of every creation, so as the need to feel safe, accepted, appreciated, understood, and feel valuable. Furthermore, Burianto also proposed several important steps to help the process of awareness of life values. The steps include, live among others, value-based introduction, various examples of value experience and experiencing life values, various examples of portraits of today's society, basic humanist theories of personality formation, reflection, and caring action towards the school environment. The second, fostered leadership. We see an urgency to consistently provide critical insight into the current leadership, into the current environmental crisis in every form of pastoral service. In this case, we feel it is important to encourage every pastoral again to formulate a new approach by giving a more balanced emphasis between ecological knowledge, ecological awareness, and sustainable behavior patterns. According to us, this balance can only be achieved by directing the congregation to prioritize the realization of ecological ideals into a habitus. Habitus is not the habit of its person. Habitus is not habit of its person in order to achieve personal goals. Habitus is formed and carried out for the common interest. To form an environmentally friendly parish or community, there must be a habitus that is realized through the following ways. Concrete ones, such as campaigns or awareness raising, creating supporting rules, and engaging in various real action. In addition, in relation to this, we realize the importance of an inclusive attitude from its pastoral agent to build a network of cooperation with other religions and tradition belief. Because we believe that the movement to preserve the environment is basically a joint movement to care for the earth, which is a place for all creation. The third is theoretical and practical contribution. Environmental theology basically tries to direct humans to be aware of their connection with the environment. Bana Wiratama emphasized that this awareness can never be separate from the most basic human awareness of the individual as the image of God, because this understanding has a close relationship with the ecological and cosmic dimension. The entire experience of humans as the image of God lies in their responsibility with God to create again and again. An idea that indicates the urge for importance of maintaining the whole nature. Humans are called to maintain the integrity of creation. Without this maintenance, human life is also threatened because humans are part of that creation. As a study, we as previously explained, believe that the students who were respondent basically had adequate ecological knowledge and awareness. Their knowledge was not only obtained from formal education or social teachings of the church, but also are formed from their life experience at home and in the environment where they live. The students have also received ecological knowledge and awareness from their parents. Therefore, we see a positive contribution that its local culture can make to the development of environmental theology as part as person existential experience. Conclusion. Basically, ecological knowledge, ecological awareness, and ecological practice are three things that must be related to each other. Ecological knowledge must be able to raise ecological awareness in everyone. Furthermore, these two elements should be able to be realized well in sustainable ecological practices. However, in reality, including as found in this study, adequate ecological knowledge and ecological awareness do not fully influence the improvement of sustainable ecological practices. Ecological knowledge and ecological awareness in reality can be obtained by a person through various ways, such as from sermons, social teachings of the church, education in schools, and internalization of values in local culture. In relation to this, we recommend pastoral and educational models based on local culture as an approach that can provide a unique experience from everyone. This is because the internalization of values in local culture has actually and always tries to raise awareness and experience of deep relationship between human nature. Thank you.
Okay, let us give him a round of applause once again. Okay, Charly, thank you for your inspiring and convincing presentation. I got some significant essential findings of your research. First is that based on the result of your research, students have adequate knowledge and high awareness of ecology or ecological sustainability. But the second point is that ecological knowledge and awareness does not ensure that the students have a good ecological practices. So the third point, you try to fill the gap between ecological awareness and ecological practices by promoting some solutions, for example, arts education and ecological pastoral and ecological habitus. Okay, thank you for your presentation. And now you guys have 15 minutes to deliver questions, also to give comments as a response to the materials. So I give you for on-site participant and also online participants. Please feel free to ask any questions. Okay, Ibu Kanis, please. Okay, just one question, and you should formulate your question in brief and concise but clear formulation.
Thank you, Pater. First, selamat buat Fransiskus Charly ya. The paper is very interesting for me, and I have a question because I'm very curious because this one is you interview the 34 female students. Did you analyze gender perspective? Because this is a very specific female in relation to the ecological knowledge or their awareness about ecologically. And then the second one is you mentioned about this respondent has a commitment to protect the environment. You mentioned it on your presentation, and how they do the commitment. What do their activity to explain their commitment? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for Ibu Kanis for your very good question. I think you can directly answer these questions. I think these questions are clear for you. The first is about the gender issues in your research, and also the second is about how can you explain the commitment of the respondents, how their commitment can be explained or can be materialized, for example, in action, in real action. Okay.
Okay. Thanks for very good question from Ibu Kanis. For the first question, we are so sorry because we are not making research about their gender perspective, because we first try to analyze how they get their ecological knowledge, because all of them come from some different places in Flores, and they grow up with their own traditional culture. So we try to find it this point first. So we are so sorry because at the time we haven't asked them about their gender perspective. And for a second question about their concrete commitment, when we went their dormitory is very dirty also. The grass grow very high. So after we at the time we not only make researching, we also make a catechism, because sister asked us to convince them about how important to protect our environment. And fortunately, after we made together in their dormitory, the day after tomorrow, they clean their dormitory. So I think that's it's really concrete commitment from them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your answer, Ibu Kanis. Do you have any response back?
If I continue, does this commitment continuously is working or just one time only?
Okay. Yeah, I think it could be like a moment commitment, because we went there and we asked them to answer our question, but after that we don't go there anymore to like to mendamping. We don't go there for mendampingi them, so to accompany them to have a sustainable commitment like that. Thank you.
Okay, I think the answer is clear. Maybe some other authors here, including Paul Bareka Matukan, you want to give the additional comments for Ibu Kani's questions. Okay, nothing. Okay, now I will chance for the online participants. Maybe you have any question for our presenter in this session? You can open the mic and feel free to make question. How many online participants? Okay, if nothing, okay, Father Otto. Just relax.
Okay, thank you, Franz. Based on the title of your paper, the aim of your research is to find out the level of ecological awareness and knowledge of the students of religious education study program. My question is, why did you do interview just with female students? Because there are also male students who are studying at the religious education study program.
Okay, I think the question is clear. Why did you take just male, female respondents?
Okay, I will answer Father Otto's question. The first reason why did we ask only female student, it is a very simple reason, because their dormitory located is very near from our unit, and actually this research is like our homework from Father Anthony Leuk. So many groups made researching in also in our campus IFTK Ledalero. So we try to find a group that we ask them to answer our question, to make researching in their place. So like a very simple reason, we don't have any and they're located help us to go and make some meeting with them. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so the answer is clear, because the location of the respondents is clear from the research place. Okay, but I think that the question from Father Otto and also Ibu Kanis is connected each others. Maybe it is become the new issue for your new research, how to include the ecofeminism issue in your research. You can analyze, reanalyze your data and include the topic of gender on ecofeminism. Okay, but it's okay. Okay, the second is okay, please. On my right hand.
Okay, thank you. My name is Pascal. First of all, I want to appreciate about your research about this connected with environment. After I read about your research, I have some question and little critically.
Just one question.
Yeah, one question. Sorry. While this research highlights the influence of church leadership and local cultural wisdom in fostering ecological consciousness, the results suggest that student ecological engagement remains largely reactive emerging, mainly in response to institutional program rather than personal initiative. In this context, my question is that how can Catholic educational institutions like IFTK reconceptualize ecological formation so that students are not merely participants in church-led environment initiative, but become primary agents who initiate, sustain, and contextualize ecological action within their everyday social environments? Thank you.
Okay, is it clear for you?
Yeah.
Okay, please.
Okay. I will answer the question. If I'm not wrong, you ask about how do our institution have recreate their commitment to the ecological crisis. I think in our research, we found that the students already have had their ecological knowledge and ecological awareness, but it could be made them to have like sustainable ecological practices. And the problem is, this problem bring a big question to our institution. How do we deal with this question, this problem? For institution, we propose to make like educational based on arts. So we not only have a class in classroom, but we have class in outside. But when we go to like in our school, for example, there are many programs, there are many activities. We go out there and we clean the rubbish in our dormitory or in public space. But sometimes we forget to make it like a publication and others. So we can't give our we can't make people realize about how important ecological awareness by send like a content like that. And the second one is we not only go outside our institution to proclaim about importance of ecological awareness, but we also start by our institution. I think.
Okay. Because we have time constraint, I give one opportunity for one questioner. And okay, please.
Okay, thank you very much. As you said in your research that ecological knowledge and ecological awareness can obtain by several factors that you already mentioned. But I think one factor that you didn't mention in your research is how government role impact the student. I think for us, for and also for their context, government also have a big role in our ecological awareness. So my question is, how do you explain it from your constituent? I mean the student. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. I think the question is clear. How do you explain the government role in the context of ecological education? Okay. Please. Okay, Paul. Okay, just answer. You can answer in bahasa. It's no problem if you want to. Okay, Charly.
Okay, I will try to answer the question from Rival. How do our government have impact to our students' ecological knowledge and ecological awareness? Based on our research, most of questions actually talk about how they have relation with other people in church life. If you see the question, most of questions just ask them about how they get their knowledge, ecological knowledge and ecological awareness by relating with other people in church life. So we don't have any information about how government impact their ecological knowledge and ecological awareness. But maybe for the future research, we can try to find.
Okay, I think our time is over. Please let us give a big round of applause for Charly and friends. Thank you for your presentation. I think this is insightful and also inspiring because you use the mixed methodology with the qualitative approach. But I think as the final comment from me, I think the question of Ibu Kanis is maybe become a new issue for you to dive or to explore more your data by including ecofeminism issue or gender issue, because your respondent is all female respondents. Okay, I think that's all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for the presenter and also for the chair. We are pleased to inform you that the next session will be run from one of the presenter who is in the Philippines, and he will be joining us from the Zoom. And now I think he has already joined the Zoom meeting room, right? Okay. So the paper will be entitled Equipping Evangelizers in the Digital Age, Training Needs of Perisocial Communicators in the Diocese of Malolos, Philippines. And the chair is Father Lawrence Soda. So please welcome Father Lawrence Soda as the chair.
Good afternoon or good noon, everyone. Welcome back. Again, my name is Laurentius Woda, one of the lecturers here in IFTK Ledalero. I will be the chair moderator for the next 40 minutes. Our next paper presentation will be delivered by Dr. Roderick Evans and Bartolome, coming from overseas, from the Department of Communication, Far Eastern Philippines, with his scientific paper entitled Equipping Evangelizers in the Digital Age, Bridging Competency Gaps of Parish Social Communicators of the Diocese of Malolos. Malolos is in the Philippines. I think it's like 1 hour drive from Quezon City, Manila to the northwest, if I'm not mistaken. A brief introduction for our next speaker. Dr. Roderick Evans Bartolome is a faculty member of the Department of Communication, Far Eastern University. He earned his Doctor of Communication and Master of Development Communication from University of the Philippines, Open University. His research focuses on digital communication, faith-based media engagement, and strategic communication in educational and religious institutions. He also has over 2 decades of professional experience in corporate communications, public relations, and social responsibility within the education and media sectors. Just to have a check. Dr. Roderick, are you there?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me, see me, as well as my slide?
Yes, the voice is clear enough.
All right. How about my presentation? Can you see it? I've already shared my screen.
Not yet for now. Wait a bit.
Please let me know if I can start already with the presentation.
Oh, okay. Yes. It's in now.
All right. So, good afternoon and mabuhay. My name is Roderick Evans Bartolome from Far Eastern University, Philippines. First, I would like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to present at the International Symposium on Religion, Media, and Culture in Southeast Asia, and for accommodating my participation remotely. This presentation draws from a study published earlier this year in Religion and Social Communication, a partner journal of this symposium, examining the formation of parish social communicators in the Diocese of Malolos. So, just of a background, when the Catholic Church convened the Second Vatican Council in 1962 to revitalize the Christian faith in an increasingly secularized world, the second document it promulgated was Inter Mirifica, the decree on the media of social communication. It emphasized responsible use of media for the apostolic ministry of the church and mandated training for priests, religious, and laity. Nearly a decade later, Communio et Progresso deepened this vision by underscoring that communicators must not only master tools, but also cultivate a profound understanding of the art and responsibility of communication itself. By 1992, Aetates Novae required every diocese to draft an internal pastoral communication plan, beginning with research and needs assessment. In response to this mandate, the Diocese of Malolos, which Father was correct, it's north of Metro Manila, just a few hours drive, but we're also part of the suffragan of the Archdiocese of the Ecclesiastical Province of Manila. We have this year-long formation cycle called Focus, Proclaim, Deepen, and Sharpen. I think the definition of those acronyms are flashed on your screens. These phases are repeated annually and are designed to provide orientation, integration, celebration of charisms, spiritual deepening, and skills development for parish social communication volunteers. However, while valuable, the structure largely follows a one-size-fits-all sequence without progressive scaffolding. Exposure does not automatically translate into progression. Today, digital evangelization unfolds in a climate marked by infodemics, hypersensitivity, atypical medias, atypical media cycles, and misinformation, as Navas describes in her analysis of post-pandemic digital communication. Social media has likewise become not merely a support, but a permanent pastoral environment, as Father Anthony Leduc argues in his work on church communication in the new normal. In the Philippine context, Tenedero's Figured World study demonstrates how parish Facebook pages function as a discursive space where faith and community are negotiated. Religion media-based scholarship has extensively examined digital content, discourse, and publics. Less attention, however, has been given to formation infrastructures. How do volunteers themselves understand their readiness? And how do theology, ethics, creativity, and technical skill intersect in lived practice? This study redirects the analytical lens from communicative outputs to the structures that produce them. Specifically, this study asks, how do parish social communication volunteers in the Diocese of Malolos perceive their competencies, formation gaps, and training needs for digital evangelization? This study has three main objectives. First, to assess parish volunteers' self-perceived competencies along Father Eiler's 7 dimensions of communication competence. Second, to identify structural patterns and gaps in their readiness for digital evangelization. And third, to analyze how volunteers experience and navigate these gaps in practice, drawing from qualitative accounts of ministry work. This study is anchored on Father Franz Joseph Eiler's framework of communication competence. For Father Eilers, communication is not a neutral technical act. It participates in mission and embodies communion. It is not merely transmission of information, but the cultivation of understanding, responsibility, and relational integrity. He proposes 7 interdependent competencies, namely technical, critical, creative, ethical, cultural, theological, and professional, spanning media operation, discernment, innovation, moral responsibility, contextual awareness, doctrinal grounding, and collaborative discipline. Crucially, these competencies are not modular skills acquired in isolation. They are structurally interdependent. Technical proficiency without theological grounding risks superficiality. Creativity without ethical discernment risks distortion. Professional discipline without cultural sensitivity risks managerialism rather than mission. Competence, therefore, is relational rather than additive. It reflects the integrity of communication as a moral and ecclesial practice. This holistic framework guides both the construction of the survey instrument and the interpretation of the findings. Methodologically, the study adopts a quantitative dominant explanatory sequential design, following Creswell's mixed methods framework. The first phase involved a structured survey administered to 734 active parish social communication volunteers across 118 parishes in the Diocese of Malolos. The instrument was explicitly anchored on Father Eiler's 7 competencies and included Likert scale measures, as well as scenario-based application items. This allowed not only self-perceived competence assessment, but also evaluation of applied decision-making under contextual pressure. The second phase consisted of 3 focus group discussions with 32 volunteers. They were designed to deepen, clarify, and contextualize patterns observed in quantitative strand. The qualitative data were analyzed thematically to surface recurring structures, tensions, and lived experiences of formation. Demographically, the ministry base is strikingly youthful. 49% of respondents are under 20 years old, and nearly half have less than 1 year of ministry experience. This demographic reality is important for interpreting both strengths and fragilities observed in the findings. The explanatory sequential design therefore moves from quantitative breadth to qualitative depth, allowing statistical patterns to be interpreted through lived practice. Now for the results. Across the 7 competencies, respondents rated themselves generally competent. Ethical and professional competencies registered at the highest means at 3.31, while theological competence ranked lowest at 3.13. Although the numerical difference appears modest, the hierarchy is analytically significant. Volunteers demonstrate a strong sense of moral responsibility and professional discipline, yet express comparatively less confidence in theological articulation. In the scenario-based evaluation of competency application, the mean scores showed patterned variation within the high band. Professional competence scored 1.91, followed by critical, cultural, creative, theological, and ethical. Because these items were measured through simulated pastoral situations, the result reflect applied judgment rather than self-perceived confidence. The pattern suggests stronger confidence in professional coordination and critical decision making, particularly in responding to feedback as well as misinformation. By contrast, theological articulation and ethical handling of controversial issues appear more tentative, indicating familiarity in principle but less fluency under pressure. When we move to the specific technical skills assessment, the divide becomes more pronounced. Design platforms such as Canva scored 3.07, while video editing and analytics registered at moderate levels. By contrast, content management systems scored 1.97, and collaboration through project management tools scored at 1.73. This pattern does not suggest an absence of digital presence, but rather a stratification of digital competence. Front-end tools are familiar and routinely used, whereas back-end systems remain underdeveloped. The ministry demonstrates the capacity to produce content, yet shows limited integration of systems that would allow it to organize, archive, measure, and scale that content strategically. Taken together, the quantitative strand reveals 3 patterned tensions. First, ethical strength coexists with crisis hesitation. Volunteers register moral confidence, yet appear more tentative when communication shifts into public controversy. Second, visual fluency coexists with analytic fragility. Front-end production skills are evident, while back-end systems and evaluative infrastructures remain comparatively underdeveloped. Third, general competence coexists with theological uncertainty. Respondents rate themselves broadly capable, yet theological articulation consistently registers as lowest domain. These pattern tensions invite deeper examination, which the qualitative findings will now provide. For the qualitative strand, the results shows first, volunteers conceptualize competence as a dynamic synergy among craft, content, and connection. Craft encompasses technical and creative execution. Content refers to doctrinal grounding, and connection points to relational collaboration with clergy and parish communities. Competence, in this view, is not an accumulation of isolated skills, but a matter of equilibrium. When one dimension weakens, the stability of the communicative act is compromised. Second, theological competence emerged as a structural point of vulnerability within the ministry. Participants conveyed familiarity with church teaching, yet expressed hesitation in spontaneous articulation, particularly in public facing contexts. Concern over doctrinal error frequently resulted in reliance on priest validation before posting or responding. This pattern mirrors the quantitative findings, where theological competence consistently register lower confidence under applied conditions. Third, volunteers demonstrated clear ethical concern, yet tended to navigate controversy through containment rather than sustained engagement. In moments of backlash, comment sections are often disabled. This pattern reflects moral intent shaped by reputational caution. It corresponds with the scenario based findings that suggest hesitation when communication shifts into public controversy. Finally, training was not framed by participants as mere technical upskilling, but as empowerment. Volunteers expressed a desire for immersive, scenario based, and ministry aligned formation that would strengthen their confidence in theological articulation, crisis navigation, and use of institutional systems. When the survey means scenario based scores and qualitative themes are read together through Father Eiler's framework, a pattern distribution becomes visible. Ethical and professional competencies register as areas of relative strength. Technical front-end skills and creative capacities are present, yet some remain somewhat fragile in terms of depth and sustainability. By contrast, vulnerabilities cluster around theological grounding, back-end technical systems, and critical competence when communication moves into public controversy. Survey metrics and focus group narratives converge on four structural tensions. First, front end visibility outpaces analytic infrastructure, which means live streams are consistent and visually competent, yet reach and retention remain largely unexamined. Second, ethical commitment does not always translate into crisis fluency. When confronted publicly, volunteers often opt for containment rather than engagement. Third, theology functions as a communicative bottleneck. Doctrinal caution, while understandable, slows confident articulation in real time contexts. Fourth, formation remains sequential rather than integrated, with craft, content, and connection rarely developed in deliberate synergy. This study contributes to church communication scholarship in four ways. First, it proposes a triangular synergy model in which competence emerges not from isolated skills, but from the interaction of craft, content, and connection. Second, it surfaces front end back end divide, where aesthetic fluency and live stream proficiency coexist with limited analytic and infrastructural depth. Third, it identifies a risk calculus in online controversy, where ethical intent is moderated by reputational concern and limited institutional support. Fourth, it demonstrates that training is understood by volunteers as dual capital, formative for pastoral mission and transferable to professional development. While this study focuses on one diocese, the pattern it reveals are not likely unique. Across Southeast Asia, many digital ministries are youth-led, platform-native, and rapidly adaptive. Yet, institutional formation systems often develop slowly than digital fluency. What we see in the Diocese of Malolos, ethical sensitivity and creative agility alongside theological and analytical fragility may reflect a broader regional dynamic in post-pandemic church media practice. These findings, therefore, point toward a need for a more integrated formation approach, one that develops craft, content, and connection together rather than in isolation. A structured formation space, such as a diocesan social communications academy, so to speak, would intentionally connect analytics, technical workshops within theology media sessions, live stream practices with analytics review, and content creation with crisis response training. The goal is not more activity, but deeper integration. So that's it on my end, and I'll be open for questions and clarifications. Thank you.
Storytelling is chosen to be a part of the only storytelling and not other skill like singing or playing music, for example. Is there any cultural background for the choice? Why storytelling? Why storytelling is associated with creativity and not other skills like playing music or singing, for example?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Father, for that question. I think particularly in this study, since it was mostly, the context is on digital communication, parish social communication, ministers using social media such as Facebook, Instagram, YouTube to create content and evangelize. We operationalized creativity more along the lines of storytelling, as in social media, it's usually one of the tools or one of the techniques or strategies that are utilized by content creators to drive their message across. Yes, music, dancing, singing are, yes, they are creative outputs. They are part of social communications, such as even indigenous and folk traditions. But for this study, we framed creativity along those lines as it would pertain to, well, when we're mostly creating content for social media, we're actually trying to tell a story. That's why we framed creativity under the competencies mentioned by Father Eilers as such. Mhm. All right. Thank you for that. Thank you for that question. That's actually part of the recommendations that was given. Actually, I already presented this to the diocese and gave them specific recommendations. As mentioned earlier in the presentation, we lumped the 7 competencies proposed by Father Eilers into 3 groups: craft, um, content, and connection. So what's being proposed here is that you have to be good in those 3. You have to be technical and creative, and technically proficient and creative, but you also have to be theologically grounded. But at the same time, you have to be professional as well as culturally sensitive. So um, those 3 competencies need to be present, and they need to be in equilibrium. If one would fail, then we would have problems, or we will face challenges when we're trying to communicate digitally to the rest of the flock. In the case of this study, it showed that in the 3: craft, content, and connection, the weakness or the Achilles heel was in. It is unfortunate, but it's the reality. It's on the theological grounding. The social media volunteers in the parishes, they're good with doing live streams. They're good at using Canva. They're competent in creating attractive posts that would get a lot of engagement. But when it comes to theological grounding, that's when they are hesitant. um, the basic fear is they don't want to commit doctrinal mistakes, because here in the Philippines, if you post something and it's incorrect, you would also get a backlash. The cancel culture here in the Philippines is quite strong. So, and once it's out there in social media, even if you delete it, you really can't put it out. It's already out there. Somebody has already taken a screenshot of it. So there has the equilibrium has to be present for us to be competent when it comes to digital communication for the church. And the recommendation is the training or the formation of social communicators should be, as you mentioned, holistic, and should encompass the 3. For example, you can teach how to use Canva using colors, di ba? You want you can teach Canva how to use Canva as a tool to create images. But with that training, has to go with, but how and when do you use liturgical colors? Because you might be putting out a social media post that is inappropriate for the liturgical season. And then another component of that training would be workflow. How do you do approvals of posts before they're posted in social media within the parish? What would be the workflow? Who do you work with? How do you work well together to be able to come up with an output? So that is what is being proposed by the study, that um, the combination of craft, content, and connection has to be present and integrated. I hope I was able to answer the question. So quite lengthy.
If not, can I ask question, Dr. Roderick?
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Well, your research consists of whole bunch of research participants. I think more than 800 parishes and I don't know, 100 of participants. I haven't really read to the end of your paper yet, but I'm wondering about scope and limitation. This is the first one, scope and limitation of your research. And then the second one is, do you think parish volunteers should go for theological or philosophical studies like the rest of seminarians? Because one of the findings is actually limited theological ground.
Yeah. For the scope and limitations of the study, we tried to cover all parishes within the diocese. There are about 118 of them. But this was done sort of voluntarily. Participants were requested to answer. That's one. Second, it's only self-assessment. We really didn't test them with regard to their skill. This is more of their self-assessment. How competent do I see myself in these areas? So sometimes, as we know in surveys, sometimes the tendency of the participants is not really to give the honest answer, but what the answer that the research is trying to, what they think the researcher would like to hear. And sometimes they put their good answers to reflect sort of competence already. That's why if you notice, in the quantitative part, most of the scores are along the high band because I think they don't want to be perceived as incompetent, for the lack of a better term. So that's actually one of the limitations of the study. It's more of a self-assessment rather than really. And I hope that one of the things that we want to do later on is actually to develop a measuring tool, not just a self-assessment, but a measuring tool that would be sort of a lot more precise to measure competence. We will go towards that later on. Another would be these are just the focus of the study is just on the volunteers. We didn't talk to the priests who are supposedly guiding the volunteers in the parishes. So that's another sort of not part of the scope of the study. Now you mentioned about theological grounding. For one, we're really encouraging because in terms of theological formation, uh, we have a lot in the parishes. You have the parish renewal experience, you have the basic catechetical instructions. There are basic Bible orientation seminars. We have that in the parishes. It's just that because, as you know, the volunteers are mostly young, they tend to find those formation boring. And they're a lot more interested to learn technical skills, how to use Canva, how to edit videos, how to take good photos. So I think what's being emphasized, what I emphasized during the presentation in the diocesan social communications ministry is that number one, they don't have to go through formal training like a structured training. Just we don't have to create a structured training for theology for the parishioners, the parish volunteers. They just need to take part and avail of the formation that's being offered by the parishes because there are plenty already. However, to compensate that, I think start after my presentation to them, when during our monthly meetings with the volunteers, part of the agenda is number one, there's a Bible reading, a reflection, as well as some theological or doctrinal instruction being given just for a few minutes, but at least it would compensate on the lack of, or at least on the less less confident assessment of the volunteers with regard to their theological grounding. So we would often start with the Bible reading. I think the reading for that particular Sunday, brief reflection given by the priest, and then we also move on and discuss some doctrinal concepts. For instance, Lent. So the volunteers are given some very brief background on what's Lent, what's the importance of Lent, why do we use such theological colors during Lent, among others. So it's just to guide them, give them guidance, and compensate for that lack of confidence when it comes to theological grounding. Go ahead.
Okay. The Paris volunteers, because I did not really see the age ranges. Either they are like from the children choir or youth group. What are age ranges the Paris volunteers, or mostly are?
49% of the participants are 18 and below. So almost half are actually coming from the youth, and as you go up in the age range, they become less and less. So yes, the parish volunteers are mostly youth.
Okay.
Yes.
The youth group. Well, is there any other question? One last. If not, let's call it a day, or not yet. we still have another paper presentation after this. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Roderick. Let us give another big applause.
Thank you, and I hope the presentation was able to...
Thank you. Maraming salamat po. Maraming salamat.
Salamat. Walang anuman.
To conclude, I'll just take one or two lines of yours. Yes, communicators must be trained because training is empowering. So thank you very much. I'll give this floor back to the committee.
Thank you, Dr. Roderick, and also thank you, Father Lawrence, for chairing the session. And I think everyone is already tired. Are you? Yes. Okay. So please stand up. Before we continue to the next session. Okay. We're going to do some little ice breaking. Pak Vitus, can I have a microphone, please? Okay. Yes, Father Otto already. I think I spilled something too. Okay, so everyone knows this ice breaking. All right. So find a partner. Okay. Stay in pair. Okay. Have you got your pair? Okay. Now face your partner. Stand towards each other. Okay. And then, yeah, you may have some stretching. And now, I'm going to ask for those who stand on my left side to be the black team, okay? On the right side, you're going to be black, okay? And on the right side, you're going to be blue, okay? Okay. So, if you are blue, can you raise your hand, please? Okay, team blue. Okay, so team blue, and now let me see the team black team. Okay, all right. Now, okay, Yona, can you please come here? Okay. So this is what you're gonna do. You're gonna face your friends like this, your partner, and then put your hands towards each other as if you're gonna shake hands like this. Okay, but not. Okay, and if I say blue, then the blue must take their hands, so the black will try to catch them. Okay? But when I say black, the black has to take their hand, so the blue cannot get him. Okay, can you get it? Okay, we can try. Okay, okay. Frater, can you please with Yona come forward here? Yes, for the simulation. Okay, yes, please. Okay, so for example, okay, sorry, yeah. Okay, please put your hands towards each other. Okay, black. Okay, you're blue and then you're black. So, Frater, if it's black, then you will be the one to run. Okay, so you're black and then you're blue. Okay. Yes. Okay. So are you black or blue? Black. Blue. Okay, let's try. Okay, black. You have to be fast. Okay, once again. Black. Okay, once again. Okay, did you get it? Okay, blue. Okay, let's try. Thank you, Frater and Yona. Okay, are you ready? Yeah. Okay. Let me hear the voice from Team Blue. Okay. Hi, Blue. Okay, and then the black team. Okay, are you ready? Yes. Okay, 1, 2, 3, black. Okay, I'm gonna check. Okay, let's try it once again. Okay, pay attention to your friend, to your partner's hand. Okay, let's try it once again. Catch, yeah. Okay, you have to catch your friend's hand. Okay, let's try once again. 3, 2, concentrate, blue. Okay, thank you very much. Please sit down. Alright, so there are 4 papers coming up, but after this one, we're gonna have a coffee break first, and then we're gonna continue with the last 3 papers for today's program. So without further ado, I'm gonna call the next paper presenter. The next paper chair. The papers is analysis of ecological awareness in elementary school teacher education study program students at Nusanipa University, based on the teachings of the Catholic Church about the teachings. Based on the teachings of the Catholic Church about creation and ecological understanding. Okay, this session will be chaired by Father Atan Dewantara again. Okay, please welcome Father Atan Dewantara. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I would like directly invite the speaker, Zacharias Gusi Jata, to come forward. As we were informed that the topic of this presentation is analysis of ecological awareness in elementary school teacher education study program students at Nusanipa University, based on the teaching of the Catholic Church about creation and ecological understanding. And as we know that this paper also was written in groups, but then Zacharias Gusijata is the one to present this on behalf of his friends. So another information for us to know is that perhaps not only the speaker will respond to the questions, but also the group also will be involved to really respond to the question that posed. And as we know, the presentation will take 20 minutes, more or less 20 minutes. But then after that, we will go to discussion session. So, without further ado, I would like the presenter to begin with the presentation. Please. Yes.
Good afternoon, all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your giving me the opportunity to present our paper in this international seminar. The title of the article in this presentation is Analyzing of Ecological Awareness in Elementary School Teacher Education Study Program Students at Nusa University Maumere, based on teaching of the Catholic Church about Christian and ecological understanding. Background: the ecological crisis is regarded as an issue that needs to be taken seriously. The present ecological crisis is increasingly alarming due to the intensification of global warming, environment pollution, excessive exploitation of natural resources, and the extinction of biodiversity as a result of an inharmonious relationship between humans and nature. The 2022 report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change stresses that human activities since the Industrial Revolution have accelerated climate change with far-reaching impacts on global ecosystem and human survival. Therefore, the salvation of the Earth today is not only a scientific or technical matter, but also a matter of moral and spiritual responsibility. The Catholic Church responds to this crisis theologically and pastorally. Through the encyclical Laudato Si, Pope Francis stated that the earth as our common home is groaning because of the damage caused by the miss of natural research. Pope Francis invites everyone to undergo an ecological conversation, namely a paradigm shift in viewing, treating, and caring for creation as a gift from God, rooted in the church tradition that regards the world as a reflection of the glory of God, and humans as the guardian of His creation. In the vision, integral ecology, ecological, social, economic, cultural, and spiritual dimension are viewed as a single, inseparable whole. UNESCO emphasizes the importance of education for sustainable development, which instill ecological, social, and spiritual values so that learners can participate in sustainable development. In the Indonesia context, this must be contextualized within local culture, religious beliefs, and social realities. University as institute of higher education have a strategic role in instilling these values, especially in programs that prepare prospective primary school teachers, because teachers serve as a moral, social, and spiritual models for the younger generation. Nusa University Maumere has significant asset, a strong religious culture and proximity to nature. The relative nature local environment super experiential, ecology-based learning, so that students can learn directly from nature and not only from classroom and textbook. We consider that there has not yet been sufficient research that explore how Catholic faith teaching on creation is understood and lived by students of the primary school teacher education program, both in academic context and in daily life. It is from this gap that we undertook a study to examine the relationship between church teaching, ecological understanding and awareness, and sustainable practice among students. Based On the background described, this article formulates three main questions. First, how do students of the primary school teachers education program at Nusa Nipah University perceive ecological issues in the context of the Catholic faith? Second, to what extent are church teaching, especially Laudato Si, understood and do they influence their ecological behaviors? Third, what are the supporting and inhibiting factors in the formation of ecological awareness among students of the primary school teacher education program at Nusa Nipah University? Research focus. This article focus on how ecological knowledge, ecological awareness, and sustainable ecological practice among students of primary school teacher education program at Nusa Nipah University Maumere are understood and live in the light of Catholic Church teaching, particularly the encyclical Laudato Si of Pope Francis. Literature review, Church teaching and ecology. Catholic Church teaching on creation. The mandate of Scripture and the magisterium of the Church is regarded as a fundamental point of reference for assessing the issue of the human-environment relationship. Environment destruction is rooted in the human pretension to dominate everything without ecological ethical consideration. Therefore, the Church is called to safeguard the integrity of nature that is exploited by human arrogance. Since the 1970s, the World Council of Churches has highlighted the global crisis and voiced a just, participatory, and sustainable society as the integrity of creation. This term brings together concern for the environment, justice, and peace, and has become a popular economical expression for exploring the meaning of the totality of the environment. From a theological standpoint, the integrity of creation underlines the structural interconnectedness between creation and the Creator. On the one hand, creation has its own autonomy. On the other hand, God remains the center and absolutely owner of all creation. The Church's concern for the integrity of creation has become particularly strong during the pontificate of Pope Francis, with the publication of the encyclical Laudato Si, which focused on the environment. Scripture affirms that God created the earth and all it contains and entrusts it to humans to be cared for and preserved. The psalm depicts the intercosmos as called to praise God. Through the grace of the Holy Spirit and the human reason, men and women are invited to subdue and have dominion over the world, not as exploiter, but as a responsible steward. The concept of ecology. Ecology has developed in the tandem with human history. The seed of its understanding were already evident in the time of Hippocrates, Aristotle, and other philosophers, even though the term ecology was not yet used. The term comes from the Greek oikos and logos, so that ecology was initially understood as the science of the environment. In its development, ecology has come to be understood as the sciences of the reciprocal relationship between organisms and their surrounding environment, both organic and inorganic. Ecology includes the physical environment, the biological environment, and the social environment. As a scientific discipline, ecology seeks to understand the totality of the relationship between organisms and their environment in all their complexity. Research methodology. This article employs a quantitative descriptive method based on a survey using a structured questionnaire to collect numerical data on the level of knowledge, awareness, and sustainable ecological practice among students of the primary school teacher education program at Nusa University, Maumere. This method was chosen because it can reach a large number of respondents, produce statistical data, and provide an objective picture of ecological awareness grounded in Catholic Church teaching on Christian and ecology. Participant and sample. The participants of this study were 34th semester students of primary school teacher education program at Nusa University, consisting of 15 male and 15 female students, aged 21 up 22 years. The sample was selected using purposive sampling because this group was considered relevant to the aims of the study and easily accessible. The participants come from various regions in Flores, especially Maumere and Ende. Data collection and instrument. Data were collected through face-to-face service using a close-ended questionnaire with a 1 up 5 Likert scale. 1 is minimal, 2 is limited, 3 is moderate, 4 is fairly high, and 5 is extensive. The research were speakers present to assess respondents, explain the question, and uphold research ethics. The structure of the questionnaire consists of 3 sections. First, ecological knowledge. Second, ecological awareness. And third, sustainable practice. Data were analyzed descriptively by calculating the mean and percentage of each category and were then presented in graphic form. General overview a level of ecological knowledge, awareness, and practice. Students' ecological knowledge is at a fairly good level. A total of 73% of students states that they fairly understand Catholic Church teaching on environmental management and the care of creation. Around 74% assess that pastoral church leaders fully and extensively emphasize the importance of environmental management through preaching, teaching, and apostolic activities. A total of 64% rate the quality of information provided by church leader and environmental issue at the fairly and extensive level. However, it was found the understanding of specific teachings such as the encyclic Laudato Si remains relatively limited. A total of 47% of respondents were at the moderate level in received instruction in this encyclic, and only 30% feel they had fairly or extensively understood it. Nevertheless, 73% of respondents feel fairly and extensively influenced by the instruction of pastoral leaders on environmental management. Students' ecological awareness is classified as very good. A total of 94% states that they fairly and extensively believe that responsible environmental management is an integral part of Christian faith. Around 70% fairly consider environmental impact in their daily lives, and 67% view environmental degradation as a moral and theological concern within the Catholic faith. A total of 93% feel a personal responsibility for the impact of their action on future generations, and 80% link environmental concern with their understanding of Christian and church teaching. In terms of practice, 83% of respondents are fairly and extensively involved in environmentally friendly habits such as recycling, water conservation, and waste reduction. A total of 50% are fairly and extensively active in avoiding single-use plastic, while 33% are still at a moderate level. Around 60% fairly and extensively choose environmental friendly alternative material. A total of 67% often encourage others to adopt environmentally friendly habits, and 90% frequently take part in environmental care activities at school, in parishes, or in communities. Ecological knowledge. In the dimension of knowledge, 73% of respondents are in the fairly category, 7% in extensive category, and 20% in the moderate category. In understanding church teaching on environmental management and the care of creation, indicating that the majority already have an adequate basic understanding. 74% state fairly and extensively, while 26% were at the moderate and limited levels regarding the role of pastoral leaders in emphasizing environmental management through preaching, teaching, and apostolic activities. 60% assess the quality and clarity of information provided by church leaders on environmental issues at the fairly and extensively level, 30% at the moderate level, and 7% at the limited level. Specifically regarding the encyclic Laudato Si, 47% states moderate, 70% limited, and only 30% fairly and extensively in receiving instruction about this encyclic, indicating that in-depth understanding of the church ecological teaching remains limited. Nevertheless, 73% feel fairly and extensive influenced by the instruction of pastoral leaders on environmental management, which show that church teaching has a positive impact on their outlook and action. Ecological awareness and attitude. The majority of students believes that ecological responsibility is an integral part of the Christian faith they live. The survey shows that 57% of respondents fall into the extensive category and 37% into the fairly category, and the conviction that ecological responsibility is an inseparable part of faith. A total of 63% are aware of the need to consider the environmental impacts of consumption pattern, waste disposal, and energy use. Around 67% view environmental degradation, such as excessive exploitation of resource, air and water pollution, deforestation, and the loss of biodiversity, as a moral and intelligent concern within the Catholic faith. A total of 93% are not only aware but also feel responsible for the sustainable of the environment for future generation. Around 80% connect their concern and responsibility with their understanding of Christian and church teaching, indicating an internalizing of faith values that align with the church vision of the environment. Sustainable practice and behavior patterns. In daily practice, 80% of respondents are in the fairly and extensively categories, while 70% are in the moderate and limited categories in terms of enjoyment in environmentally friendly habits. This indicates that the majority fairly often engage in recycling, water conservation, and waste reduction, although some are not yet consistent. A total of 49% of respondents admit that they still often use single-use plastic packing, which show that although they possess a fair level of ecological awareness, concrete habits of avoiding single-use plastic have not yet been fully adopted. Around 30% choose environmental friendly alternatives such as reusable bags, refillable water bottles, and others more eco-friendly materials, but these have not yet become a dominant lifestyle. A total of 67% often encourage family, friends, and community members to implement environmentally friendly habits. As many as 90% frequently participate in environmental care activities in school, parishes, or communities. This indicates that students can act as a driver of sustainable ecological practice, not only remaining at the level of theory, but also actively engaging in social action. Discussion, interpretation of finding and the role of student. We argue that the church and educational institution needs to initiate concrete movement that position students as intellectual agents who understand and promote environmental conservation efforts. Ideally, students should not only be observers, but also promoters of change and community empowerment, including in environmental conservation. The social position of students as an educated group placed them as reference in matter of knowledge, norms, and pattern of thought in society. On the other hand, the role of religion as a moral agent is considered crucial for providing an ethical foundation for ecological awareness. Religion education often places greater emphasis on interpersonal relation, while the relationship with nature as an integral part of the biblical mandate has not been explored in depth. This article shows that student understanding of the ecological dimension of faith remains at a higher level. So the church and educational institutions need to strengthen this dimension. Implication for Catholic education and church leadership. The main implication for Catholic education is the need for seriously integration of ecological awareness into the curriculum and learning process. Catholic education is called to be a moral foundation that instills the awareness that nature is part of the human person and a mandate from God to be safeguarded. Nature must not be seen as separate from the human person, but as a common home, as emphasized by Pope Francis in the encyclic Laudato Si. The environment is seen as a brother and sister that must be protected, not merely as a utilitarian object. Catholic education today needs to teach that building a common home requires cooperation and love for nature as God's creation. We contend that in order to foster awareness and love for nature, it is necessary to involve various elements of society, including students of the primary school teacher education program at Nusa University, as community agents who can assist the church in responding to the environmental crisis. Various forms of environmental pollution that are still regarded as ordinary underscore the need for renewed appeals concerning ecological responsibility is a call of faith, following the example of Saint Francis of Assisi, who view all creatures as brother and sister, bound by affection and word of protection. Theoretical and practical contribution. From the theoretical standpoint, this study affirms the importance of harmony between the church, ecological concept, and concrete praxis in the field. Theory without practice results only in cognitive knowledge, whereas practice without a solitary foundation risks become a momentary action. The findings indicate that student knowledge and experience are still at a fair level, so they need to be completed by more systematic, target and stable practical action.
5 more minutes, please.
Limitation and direction for future research. The study has limitation related to response level of understanding, which remain in the fair category, scale 4. This makes it difficult for research to explore more deeply the conceptual dimension of ecology and the role of the church in greater depth. The research also remains at the level of descriptive data collection and has not yet reached the stage of intervention or accompaniment of action. Therefore, subsequent research is recommended to move towards field studies characterized by social action, for example, by designing faith-based ecological education program and then measuring their impact. Future studies are expected to pay attention to increasing the level of understanding, while at the same time developing concrete action of environmental concern on campus, in parishes, or in communities. Conclusion. This study concludes that the ecological knowledge, ecological awareness, and sustainable practice of students of the primary school teacher education program at Nusa Nipah University are at varying level, with a dominance in the fair category. Most students show concern for environmental issues such as campus cleanliness, reduction of plastic waste, and water conservation. However, much of this awareness remains practical in nature and has not yet been fully rooted in theological reflection on creature as God's gift. Catholic Church teaching, especially the encyclical Laudato Si, actually provides a strong theological foundation for building integral ecological awareness. Nevertheless, many students do not have an in-depth understanding or have not fully integrated this encyclic into their daily lives. This indicates a gap between faith understanding and ecological practice. Factors influencing ecological awareness include family background, educational experience, involvement in church pastoral activities, and curricular approach. We consider that families who care for the environment and educational setting that instill Christian values tend to form persons with higher ecological awareness. It is necessary to strengthen ecological values in the curriculum of the primary school teacher education program at Nusa Nipah University Maumere in a way that it integrates with Catholic faith teaching, as well as active involvement of the university in enforcing stable ecological culture. In this way, students can be prepared to become educators who not only transfer knowledge but also serve as role models in loving and caring for God creation. That concludes our paper. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much. Applause for the presenter. And now, as we were informed that this paper was written in group, and so we expect also that not only the presenter will be giving response to the question, but also the group are also invited also to work as a group. And so now I would like to open the floor for the discussion, and one question, please. One participant and one question. Hage, brother Hage, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Yeah.
Thank you for the opportunity I got. I am a student at IFTK Ledalero. First, I appreciate your presentation, my brother. This afternoon, you look like a doctor. You were just speaking too quickly, and the way you speak cannot hide that fact that you are from Java. Nevertheless, I can.
To the point, please.
Okay.
Try to, yes.
I'm sorry. Okay. My question is, why does you emphasize the importance of synergy between the church, universities, and families in shaping an ecological culture? What's the connection between it? Thank you.
Please answer the question, please.
Thank you for your question. I got your question. Why does you emphasize the synergy of church, university, and families in shaping of ecological culture. In our research, we actually explain that church and families and university must have a synergy to build awareness of ecological. Since the formation of ecological courage does not happen only in the classroom, for me, ecological knowledge must be practiced in social action. So families and university have a tanggung jawab, responsibility for this issue, especially for the environmental crisis of ecology. Maybe my answer that is.
Do you have some feedback regarding to the answer that is given? It's okay. Very good. Yeah. See, as ecological crisis is, it seems not only the concern of the Catholic Church, and I think university working together, university and any social organization, feminist, everything should be together and to resolve that the ecological crisis, and it's very important to work together, not to be alone, so that we are not lonely. I'm sorry. Another question. Please, brother. Please introduce your name.
Okay, thanks for the chance that given to me. My name is Fransiskus Charly. I am student postgrad of IFTK Ledalero. So I have one question for Aris. By finding your research, how do you see the concrete role of teacher in the future in responding to the increasingly massive ecological crisis? Thank you.
Thank you for your answer. How your question? I'm sorry. Thank you for your question. In my opinion, teachers not only become a teacher, not only play the role of educator, but must be role models and motivator in efforts to change the perspective on the relationship between humans and nature. For me, the crisis ecological disebabkan caused by the wrong perspective. Teachers should not merely teachers guru juga harus menjadi teladan dan for me teacher should be a example, contoh yang baik for young generation, because the wrong paradigma, the wrong perspective of use, the wrong perspective of utilize the ecology as object must be changed, and teachers have a strategic position for for solving the problem of crisis of ecology. Maybe my answer like this.
Perhaps I would like to add a little bit. I think it's very important, the role of the education, and it's not only in theoretical dimension, because in our, it's not tradition, I think it's part already, it's a part of our mentality that the educator is just to teach by words. But we as I think student of philosophy, theology, should be reminded of what Saint Francis say, you know, that we preach by examples. One day I went to a place, a school, for giving a reflection for the students, and you know, I did not see that the example of the teachers really motivates, because the students is really they don't really feel motivated when the teachers only by speaking by words and just to comment like go this go there, and I think it's one of the why the students' attitude toward this ecological ecological practices to really is because lacking of the examples given by the educators. And so I think this is one of reflection, a challenge for us that we are later on become a pastoral agent. And so please, they said action speaks louder than words. We use words when it is needed. I think that's I think the president would like to also to tell us that yes, the educator has the role, and the role is the example that we have to give to. I think that's the main point that the president try to leave to us to think and to reflect. So yes, maybe the people online maybe no more online. Brother in the back, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Thank you for the chance given to me. My name is Berno and I'm from IFTK Ledalero. My question is, why do you affirm that the ecological crisis is not only a scientific technical problem, but also moral and spiritual problem in the life of the Catholic Church teaching? That's all.
Okay, why we affirm the ecological crisis is not only caused by technical or scientific, but have become a persoalan moral and spiritual. The ecological crisis is seen as a moral and spiritual issue because environmental destruction is rooted in a distort human perspective on creation, like attitude of unlimited domination from the human, from the human exploitation of the environment. So human become an exploitator, not treat the environment well. For me, response of the ecological crisis cannot really only on technology or technology and policy, the policy, but record inner renewal and ecological spirituality root in faith. So these problems we can see not only from the technical or science view, but also can see with the moral and spiritual view? Maybe my answer is.
I think from the group also can also give comments just to give more comprehensive answer for that question. Or perhaps others also, perhaps would like also to give additional, what is that kind of answer? Yeah. Or time. Because the time is up, and we thank you for thank you to the presenter and also the groups. And I think what the message that we would like to take away from this presentation is that to understand creation as part of God's creation that has its autonomous intrinsic value that we have to respect. That's why our relationship with the nature also should be subject-subject relationship, not subject-object relationship, in order to avoid from exploitative view of thinking about nature. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brother Zacharias Gusti Jata and Father Atan for this the session. And now we're going to have a coffee break. There are some refreshments at the atrium, and we have 15 minutes, so just stay around here, because after then we will continue with the last sessions for today. So please enjoy the refreshment and have some talk with the other participants. Thank you very much. All right, so good afternoon. Welcome back. How are you now? Better after some refreshment, right? Okay. Better after blue and black? Okay, maybe. So we're gonna continue with the 3 last papers. The first will be multiply situated self and the plurality of identity, navigating epistemic injustice in Indonesian meritocratic society. This paper is going to be presented by Father Petrus Tan, and it's going to be chaired by Ibu Kanis Sufianita. Please, together we welcome Ibu Kanis Sufianita to chair the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. You are still here. I wish anybody outside, I think you can come inside. We talk with Pater Atan, see how Opa very loyal to this long day of the symposium. Yeah, I will invite our presenter, Father Peter Tan. Yeah, please welcome. Let me read the bio of Father Peter Tan. The name is very interesting for me. I thought he's Chinese, look like a me. But then Pater Sepri say, no, he's Manggarai. But I said, oh, this is Tan. And he said, no, Manggarai can do anything for the name and can take from anything. Okay. Pater Petrus Tan holds a master's degree in philosophy from the Karya School of Philosophy, Jakarta, with a thesis in political philosophy. Currently, he is a lecturer in philosophy at Widya Mandira Catholic University in Kupang, with research interests in epistemology, ethics and political philosophy, feminist philosophy, and environmental and culture ethics. He has published articles and books and served as a reviewer for some journal. So if you need something for suggestion about your journal article, you also can ask from Pater Peter Tan, but outside from this room, yeah? Because he's a reviewer of some journal. Yeah. Welcome to this session on the multiply situated self, epistemic injustice, and the epistemological limit of the meritocratic claims. This is the title of the paper of Father, and you have 25 minutes for present your paper, and then we have 15 minutes for Q&A. Please, Father. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for Ibu Kanis for introducing me. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can save your energy for this presentation. Okay, actually the title of my paper have slightly changed. It is different with the early title of my paper. The early title is, as you can see in the textbook in your hand, is Multiply City Self and the Plurality of Identity, Navigating Epistemic Injustice in Indonesian Meritocratic Society, and I have changed it slightly to be the Multiply City Self, Epistemic Injustice, and the Epistemological Limits of Meritocratic Claims. Okay, some introduction. We start from background. Studies on identity and post-colonial culture in developing countries in Southeast Asia, particularly in Indonesia, often overlook the fundamental issues of postmodern societies identified by Miranda Fricker as epistemic injustice. The term epistemic injustice was coined by Miranda Fricker. She is a contemporary British philosopher. She is a female philosopher. And actually, epistemic injustice manifests in our everyday lives. For instance, when a woman reports sexual harassment, her account may be dismissed as exaggerated, misunderstood, or merely emotional. Or the another example is that the knowledge of local communities regarding their environment is often ignored as it is considered unscientific. So you can see in these examples there is a little bit different. The first example is about the identity based of epistemic injustice, and the second one is about the mode of knowledge, the kind of knowledge that is produced in the sharing of epistemic society or community. And in this paper, I want to highlight about the another kind of epistemic injustice that I see in the context of our meritocratic society, particularly in relationship with the academic degrees. Our academic degrees are frequently regarded as objective proof of our intelligence and moral worthiness to lead, overshadowing other forms of knowledge such as social experience and local wisdom. And if we explore it more, if we explore it deeper, we can find some previous findings from, for example, Smith and Archer in their publication, in their research on 2020. They found that epistemic attention deficit. They found about the epistemic attention deficit, a kind of epistemic injustice where people are ignored as knowers, limiting their epistemic agency and ability to contribute to their epistemic practices. And also Aidan McGlean in 2023 research investigates the underlying harm structures in testimonial and hermeneutical injustice, exploring whether the immorality of this injustice stems from a violation of right. So here McGlean tried to connect this concept of epistemic injustice with the violation of rights. And in our Indonesian context, I just found one publication, one research about the concept of epistemic injustice in the research of Mukmin and friends in the journal Filsafat Indonesia, organized by Ganesha University in Bali. They try to integrate the concept of epistemic injustice with Heidegger's critique of technology, using this framework to approach issues related to artificial intelligence. And they conclude that trust in human as epistemic subject and knowledge producers is increasingly undermined as reliance on AI grows. And based on these previous findings, I found some gap and the novelty of my research. The novelty of this study in comparison to this previous research lies in contextualizing the concept of epistemic injustice within Michael Sandel's critique of the tyranny of merit. Yeah, so I want to see or to explore more the relevance of this concept of epistemic injustice in the context of Sandel's critique of tyranny of meritocracy. But I find the big difference, the great difference between me and Sandel, whereas Sandel concentrates on the moral and political implications of meritocracy, my study focuses more on the epistemological issues by interpreting meritocratic claims as epistemic propositions, produced within a specific paradigm of the subject as an epistemic agent. So I want to explore this difference because Sandel concentrates on the political and moral aspect of meritocracy, but I change the focus to epistemic side of the tyranny of meritocracy, especially in its claims. And also, I find the gap, I find the difference between my study and also Fricker. While Fricker's theory of epistemic injustice primarily focused on identity-based prejudice such as gender and race or sexism, this study concentrates on class-based prejudice that are socially acceptable within meritocratic societies, including segregation between the smart and the dumb, the credential and the non-credential, the talented and untalented, and the economically successful and the poor. So, as you can see, this is the two different kind of prejudice. The first one, identity-based prejudice. If we can understand it more deeper, identity is something that we receive, something that is even constructed by our relation to others, or even depends on the other acknowledgement to us. But class, in my research, class is a little bit different with identity. Class is something that is not we receive, but something that we gain, something that we produce, and something that we win based on some criteria. For example, success, hard work, or personal integrity. And this criteria give us the difference between us. Yeah. So in my research, I said that this is just like the acceptable prejudice. Yeah, because we understand it as not negative prejudice, but something that we accept. Okay. The purpose and contribution of my study, the study aims to explore models of epistemic injustice in meritocratic claims, to reveal their underlying epistemological structure, and to propose the concept of multiplicity self. By introducing the concept of multiplicity self, I hope the study can contribute to deepening both political philosophy and social epistemology through a critical epistemological perspective of meritocratic claims. So, we now go to meritocracy as an epistemic issue. In his book, The Tyranny of Merit, Sandel explains meritocracy as an ethics, ideology, or belief centered around individual achievement and success, and discuss how this ethics forms a system of rule in society based on such achievements. So we can explore this definition from the word itself, meritocracy, merit and cracy. Yeah, merit means talent, success, individual individual hard work, individual talent, and krasi is mean the power or something that we gain for based on our talent or individual integrity. For Sandel, this moral claim is the dark side of meritocracy at its morally legitimate social inequality, shifts the focus of injustice from the lack of system to the failure of individuals, and most critically, inflicts moral humiliation upon those who work diligently yet fail to improve their situations. Sandel, in his book, said that one of the main assumptions in meritocracy is that those who lay on the top of pyramid, social or economic pyramid, can enjoy their happiness, their achievement, and those on the bottom of the social pyramid or economic pyramid, by implication, must responsible for their fate. And this can legitimate the social inequality or even economic inequality in our society. While Sandel primarily frames meritocracy as an ethical and political issue, as I said before, the study views meritocracy as an epistemological concern. And without further ado, I go directly to some meritocratic proposition that I want to explore the epistemic problem in these propositions. The first, the meritocratic proposition 1 said that we can discern who deserves success based on individual effort and talent. So this proposition sounds normal and sounds acceptable, but if we explore it more and with critical thinking, we can find some failure in, for example, in the logic and epistemic reasoning. However, this notion is epistemically problematic because there is no comprehensive rational explanation for the causal relationship between hard work or personal talent and social outcomes. So while liberal theory and Kantian epistemology highlights individual freedom and autonomy, how these attributes manifest in actual social achievements remains unclear. So we can receive the social phenomenon that many individuals succeed due to their talent and diligence, and we recognize this. But how can understand or how can make a rational argument for the question that how does this causal relation account for the numerous cases of talented and dedicated individuals who still encounter failure? They have hard work, they have great personal integrity, but they still encounter the failure. On an epistemological level, there is no justification for the assertion that there is primary causal connection between hard work or talent and an individual's social fate. Moreover, I think this claim is difficult to substantiate in practice. In his book, Sandel illustrates that Americans born into poverty often remain poor in adulthood, even if they work diligently. Among these born in the lowest fifth of the income scale, only 1 in 5 ascends to the top fifth, and most do not even reach the middle class despite their hard work. And I think it is also the phenomena, the realities in our society. Many people work hardly, many people have discipline, even many people are the smart people, but they cannot succeed. They always encounter the failure. And the meritocratic proposition 2, called epistemic attribution error, said that individual success is a reflection of moral worth or intrinsic competence, while failure is seen as indicative of inadequate effort or ability.
Yet, it fails to differentiate between actual knowledge of person's abilities and normative inferences drawn from social outcome. For instance, while it may be true that the accomplishment, the achievement of figures like Mozart or Einstein stem from their unique natural genius, this does not warrant the conclusion that differences in natural talent justify income and inequality. Or a wealthy influencer on platforms like Instagram or YouTube does not inherently exhibit more talent than a nurse, electrician, or firefighter who may earn significantly less. Yeah, so we know in society there is a great gap between income, yeah, between people. Yeah, for example, as my example here, a wealthy influencer and a teacher. Yeah, sometimes influencer on social media is a wealthy man, yeah, but our teacher that shape our next generation of this nation, they have the lower income in society. Yeah, so it must be our reflection too. And meritocratic proposition 3, human beings are autonomous agents that do not depend on others. Therefore, individual must take responsibility for both their success and their failures. So the point here is that much of our success, our personal success, is not does not depends on our merely on our personal hard work, but also it also the result of the society or communal contribution. Yeah. For example, while Messi and Ronaldo may be considered exceptional football players in 21st century, such excellence would not necessarily have held true in the 16th century, when fresco painting was more highly esteemed. Meritocracy misrepresents what should be acknowledged as contingent and epistemically limited as seemingly objective truth regarding an individual's worth. It neglects to recognize that knowledge is shaped and constrained by social context and location. Okay, meritocracy and epistemic injustice. Okay, now we can see the definition of epistemic injustice. Fricker defined it as distinct wrongs done to a person in their capacity as a knower. So, limited in the context of people, person, victim, as a knower, as the subject of knowledge. This concept holds epistemic significance in two senses. Firstly, it is epistemic because it harms the victim as a giver of knowledge. And secondly, it is epistemic because it harms the victim as possessor of knowledge. And in my research, I found that the first sense is primary, as the injustice is first experienced when individuals are denied the credibility they rightfully deserve as knowledge givers. As my example I delivered before, for example, the testimony of those who become the women who become the victims of sexual harassment, sometimes society sometimes society ignore or don't take seriously their testimony, yeah, because it is emotional, because it is exaggerated, and so on. And the second sense take a back seat because while epistemic injustice undermines someone's recognition as knowledge provider, it does not necessarily obliterate their capacity as knowledge possessor. So it is a different position. Sometimes, okay, society don't believe the testimony of the victims, for example, women, but in essence, they have their own understanding, their own knowledge about for example, the social injustice or sexual harassment they experience it, and it cannot be accessed by people outside of them. Yeah. So it is become their original experience, become their original knowledge. Okay. There are two forms of epistemic injustice. First is testimonial injustice, occurs when persistent prejudice, stigma, and negative stereotypes systematically diminish the credibility that audiences afford to a speaker's testimony and opinions as novel. In the simple term, I can say that testimonial injustice happens when someone's testimony is ignored, or when someone testimony is not taken seriously, not because the truth in their testimony, but just or merely because their social background, but merely because of the social prejudice on them. Fricker exemplifies this concept using the character Robinson from Harper Lee's novel To Kill a Mockingbird. Robinson, an African-American man wrongfully accused of raping a white woman, provides a compelling evidence on his innocence before the judge. However, the all-white jury discredits him not due to the falsehood of his testimony, but because of deep-seated racist prejudice. Okay, jadi only because the prejudice, not because the truth they deliver in their testimonies. Testimonial injustice is inherently unjust, as victims receive less credibility than they deserve solely because of their social identity. It is epistemic because it assaults speakers as knowledge providers, and from a political epistemology perspective, endangers democracy by silencing marginalized voices in public deliberation. Okay. And then hermeneutical injustice occurs when structural gaps in collective interpretive resources hinders individuals from making sense of their social experiences. Okay, I can simplify it by saying that hermeneutical injustice happens when a victim cannot find the proper term or proper language to express their experience, because a society lacks of this concept of term to identify their experience. Yeah. For example, before we coin the term sexual harassment or even criminal offense of human trafficking, many people become the victims of this kind of offense, criminals. Yeah. But they are silenced because they don't find the good vocabularies or language or concept to express their experience. Yeah. Now, after we have coined this term or this language or this concept, now people or the victims can voice louder for their experience, for example, sexual harassment, also human trafficking. Okay. One of Sandel's fundamental argument is that meritocratic claim in modern societies give rise to a liberal technocratic politic that is tone deaf to resentment and powerlessness felt by those who believe they are excluded from economic and political structure. By sidelining concepts related to the good life, such as social esteem and dignity of the work, meritocratic ideology fails to address the frustration and anger of socially, political, and economically marginalized group. Furthermore, the meritocratic belief system neglects to acknowledge that these grievances extend beyond mere economic concern. They encompass moral issues regarding social recognition and respect. From the perspective of testimonial injustice, meritocratic ideology fosters a social prejudice that economically disadvantages individuals, and those with lower levels of education are seen as losers who deserve their plight due to personal failings. This prejudice poses a greater threat than others based on gender, race, disability, and minority status, as Sanders point out, because it is widely socially accepted. So this is a dangerous thing, because we can define the gender, race, or disability or minority status as the negative prejudice, but in the context of academic prejudice, as I said before, it is just like the acceptable prejudice. We don't define it as unjust. We receive it because we think that if there is a gap or difference in our social position, it is just the product of our social integrity, of our personal talent or personal achievement. Yeah. This shows a significant difference with Fricker's framework. While Fricker identifies identity-based prejudice, gender, race, disability, or minority status as the primary obstacles to the flow of knowledge, in meritocratic context, these prejudices are purportedly transcended by ideals of equality, mobility, freedom, responsibility, and achievement. So, what is the problem in the context of Fricker's elaboration? I think Michael Sandels said that it is already solved in meritocracy ideology, because meritocracy ideology stand on the principle of equality, mobility, freedom, and personal responsibility. So the question is, what leads listeners to doubt the speaker's credibility as knowledge providers in a context of meritocratic society? And my answer is not identity prejudice, but rather an individual failure, which is viewed as proof of a lack of intelligence, capability, and personal talent. Thus, this basis of prejudice shifts to education, achievement, and class status, resulting in what can be labeled a credential-based credibility deficit. In his critique of academic credentialism, Sandel argues that while sexism and racism are increasingly recognized as forms of social discrimination, the segregation between the smart and the dumb, or between those with college degrees and those without, is often overlooked. Thomas Nagel famously remarked, when racial and sexual injustice have been reduced, we shall still be left with the great injustice of the smart and the dumb, who are so differently rewarded for comparable effort. For this reason, Sandel refers to credentialism as the last acceptable prejudice. Credentialism reflects not only an excessive trust in individuals with academic degrees from elite universities as agents of social progress, but also a fundamental belief that less educated people are subalterns lacking a voice, understanding, or knowledge about public affairs and common good. Okay. How many times? Okay, maybe I directly goes to the last point. Multiply situated self and shared reasoning of justice. A multiply situated self refers to an individual or citizen who is capable of inhabiting multiple positions. Sandel understands multiplicity as a form of subjectivity that is never finally fixed, but is gradually constituted over a lifetime through participation in the formation of one's original identity. Yeah. So we have no fixed identity. We are always in the process of identification. The distinctive capacity of multiplicity itself lies in its ability to negotiate ways of being across overlapping obligations, tensions, and multiple loyalties. In a plural and modern society, sustaining such an identity is an avoidable demand. The contingency of social or political community is expressed in the overlapping identities and diverse conceptions of good life that compose it. And Sandel advanced this idea through his notion of constitutive community. Yeah, so multiplied situated self is a kind of a self that is always shaped by the context, that is always shaped by the community we live in, we inhabit it in, is also shaped by the, what Sandel says, constitutive community. For Sandel, community does not merely describe shared feelings, but primarily a mode of self-understanding. So community does not become the name for us, but also it gives us self-understanding, or even it shapes our personality. To say that individuals are socially bound to their community does not merely mean that they are tied by communitarian sentiment or Rawlsian instrumental relationship. A constitutive community is therefore also an epistemic community insofar as it shapes how individuals construct knowledge and understand the world. And some other philosophers try to formulate this concept in another formulation. For example, Donna Haraway, he coined the term situated knowledge with the same concept. So the conclusion of my paper research. This study demonstrates that meritocracy as critiqued by Michael Sandel and analyzed through the lens of Ficker's epistemic injustice leads to systematic distortions in how knowledge about social justice is generated, disseminated, and acknowledged. The ideology of meritocracy does not merely misallocate rewards, it structures who knows and who does not, who counts as credible knower, and whose testimony are considered valid knowledge. Through testimonial injustice, the perspective of uneducated workers and the poor are dismissed as expression of resentment and ignorance, rather than as legitimate critiques of structural inequality. Additionally, through hermeneutical injustice, the moral and conceptual resources available to these people are limited, preventing them from framing their conditions as injustice rather than personal failure. The concept of the multiplicity itself offers a normative and epistemic framework for addressing meritocratic injustice. It emphasizes that knowledge, identity, and moral understanding are socially embedded, plural, and dialogical. A just society requires not only equal opportunity, but also equal epistemic standing in defining what justice means. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Pater. This is a very philosophical paper. So we have around 10 minutes, 5 minutes, around 5 to 10 minutes for Q&A. If you have any question, you can use our language, Bahasa. It's also okay, and if you want to use English, it's also okay. So please, okay, wow, this is good. So many questions. From the back first. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, Ibu Kanis. I think there is no more English speaker here. Oh, sorry, Father Anthony. But I speak in Bahasa.
Yeah, please.
Apa standar yang kita pakai untuk menilai ketidakadilan epistemik tadi? Standar apa? Ya. Apakah mungkin penilaian kita terhadap ketidakadilan epistemik itu juga sebentuk the new kind of epistemic injustice? Terima kasih.
Okay, I think we collect all. Is it okay, Pater? Okay, we collect all because the time, Amsal from Carmel, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. Check. I have a question. Before I ask, you said the success people also result from civilization support, not only from individual effort. But in my opinion, a leader have meritocracy, ideology make a good policy, and the good policy make a civilization have a good life. How your opinion about the meritocracy apply to governor based on epistemology side? Thank you. That's all.
Okay. On the back side first, and then in front.
Thank you for the chance given to me. I am Octavianus Galileo. I am a 4th semester student in philosophy study program. So my question, it's a simple question. Is every distrust toward less educated group automatically categorized as a form of testimonial injustice, like what you have elaborated to us before? And then how can we make a differentiation between rational evaluation about this distrust and social prejudice? That's all, and thank you.
Okay, I think we stop for 3 questions first, and please directly, because of the time.
Okay, thank you for the questions. I try to answer. The first question, it is about what is the standard to assess or to evaluate the epistemic injustice. I think, as I have presented to you, we have to understand about where is the side or dimension of injustice in the context of epistemic injustice. In my research, I found that the epistemic injustice is unjust because the victims, for example, the victims of sexual harassment or the victims of human trafficking, they have their own experiences. They have their own knowledge about the experience, they experience it. And I think that this is the kind of, and when they speak or when they give testimony about their experience, the audience, particularly, for example, those who come from the elite position, don't believe or don't take it seriously because they think that based on the social prejudice, yeah, those who give testimony is the victims that have not, for example, the academic degree, or for example, they are just women, and women is always react emotionally or exaggerated. Yeah. So in this context, this is unjust, yeah, because that the victims, as the provider of knowledge, as the knower, should get or deserve to get the, to get the value, to get the high level feedback from the audience, but they don't get it, not because the truth, not because the substance in their testimony, but just because they are women, just because the social prejudice. For example, they are not untalented, or they are not the academic degree. Yeah. And the second one, I think you are right that sometimes our assessment, our evaluation, or our reflection to the epistemic injustice is trapped in the kind of epistemic injustice. For example, now I speak as the intellectuals. I am not a victim. Yeah, I am not a provider of knowledge in the context of epistemic injustice, as Fricker said. But I try to get into their experience. And this has become an arrogance, this has become a hubris in Michael Sanders' term, when I identify, when I ensure you that what is my presentation is clearly true, or what is my presentation can represent the knowledge and the experience of the victims. And in this context, I think I am trapped, yeah, in the what you say. My evaluation, my assessment is a kind of epistemic injustice. Yeah. Okay, that's my. And also the second question.
Success people.
Can you?
The policy, how the policy
Okay.
for this.
Yes, the meritocratic standard for the government officials,
I think that now it is common in our society. Now our government system try to be more meritocratic, yeah, based on some standards. Yeah, for example, ASN, yeah, they have walked through the merit test, yeah. But you have to, I mean, in Sandel's concept, we have to distinguish merit and meritocracy. Yeah, merit is something good. Yeah, for example, if you want to fly, you need a competent pilot. Yeah, if you want to uproot or if you want to pull out your teeth, you have to meet the competent dentist or doctor. Yeah, it is merit. Merit is important, and merit is positive thing in our society. But Sandel speak about the meritocracy when individual achievement, individual success become the system of rules. Yeah, become the system of rule in all aspects of our life. And here meritocracy become the ideology, become an ethic that give, for example, justification for the social or economic gap in our society. Okay, so as the term Sandel coined, this is like the acceptable prejudice. Yeah, we don't see it as a negative prejudice, such like racism or sexism, but we accept it. The difference in our society between those who lay on the top, for example, those who have academic degrees, and those who lay on the bottom, the gap always we understand it not as an unjust. We understand it as an acceptable one, acceptable prejudice, and this is the problem in meritocratic society. Yeah.
The third one. Do you want to answer the third one? Oh, time is up. I'm sorry, Father. You still can discuss outside after the session, and we give applause for Father Peter, and thank you for Father Peter for this rigorous presentation, and thank you for everyone for your participation. And I want to have some closing statement for this session. This study highlights the profound impact of the meritocracy as an epistemic system that perpetuated social inequality and marginalized the voices of the less people who less access to the public, social, and economically disadvantaged. By exposing the testimonial and hermeneutical injustice embodied in meritocratic claims, it becomes clear that dismantling this injustice is essential for fostering a truly just society. The concept of the multiple situated self and the recognition of situated knowledge offer a transformative framework for inclusive deliberation and shared reasoning about justice. Ultimately, achieving justice requires not only equal opportunities, but also equal epistemic standing, where individuals' voice, lived experience are valued in shaping the common good. Thank you very much for our presenter and for this session. For us as well, give a big applause. Thank you, everyone. Please, Ibu Hermina.
Thank you very much, Father Petrus Tan, and also Ibu Kanis for chairing the session. we move straight to the next paper presentation, the 8th paper, entitled Analyzing the Implementation of Catholic-Based Ecological Education at SMA Sin Gabriel Maumere and its relevance to future education and pastoral care. These sessions will be chaired by Father Anton Kamnahas. So we welcome Father Anton Kamnahas with a big round of applause.
Yeah. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to serve as a moderator for this session. My name is Antonio Kamnahas. The paper to be presented is entitled Analyzing the Implementation of Catholic-Based Ecological Education at SMA Sin Gabriel Maumere and its relevance to future education and pastoral care. This paper has been written by a group of authors. They are Vincentius Mbete, Ricardus Dicuda, Roberto Boli, Antonius Nenjo, Onesimus Febriano, Gewar Wagur. The one who will present the paper is Onesimus Febriano, Gewar Wagur. So let's welcome our presenter. Onesimus, please come forward. Yeah. Please have a seat. Or you'd like to stand up? Okay. I would like to introduce you first, Febriano. He is from Ruteng, one of our students here. He has finished his bachelor degree in philosophy at Ledalero Institute of Philosophy and Creative Technology. And now he is a postgraduate student in theology at the same institute. So, Febriano, what do you want to be called? Febriano or Onesimus?
Febri.
Febri. Thank you very much. Okay. So, Febri, you have more or less 25 minutes for the presentation. Begin from now.
Okay. Thank you very much.
The time is yours. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for this valuable opportunity to present our research. My name is Onesimus Febriano Gewar Wagur. You can call me Febri. And on behalf of my research team, I am honored to present our study entitled Analyzing the Implementation of Catholic-Based Ecological Education at Sin Gabriel Maumere High School and its relevance to future education and pastoral care. Let me begin with the background and rationale. Our study starts a fundamental observation. The ecological crisis we face today is not merely environmental, technical, or economic in nature. It is also ethical and spiritual. Environmental degradation reflects a deeper disorder in the relationship between human beings and nature, between person and communities, and between humanity and ultimate meaning and responsibility. Many responses to ecological crisis rely heavily on regulation and technology. These are necessary, but they are not sufficient. Without transformation in values, conscience and lifestyle orientation, ecological recovery remains fragile and inconsistent. From this perspective, education becomes a decisive field of response. Education is not only a channel for transferring knowledge, but a structured process of human formation. It shapes perception, judgment, priorities, and habits. Therefore, ecological education must move beyond information delivery toward value formation and character development. Faith-based education has a distinctive contribution in this regard. It offers a moral horizon, a language of responsibility, and a spiritual motivation that can sustain long-term commitment. Catholic educational tradition in particular emphasize integral human formation, intellectual, moral, spiritual, and social. Ecological responsibility can therefore be framed not only as a civic obligation, but as a vocation of stewardship and moral accountability. Based on this foundation, our research was designed to examine how faith-based ecological education is implemented at the school level and how far it influences students' understanding, attitudes, and practices. Regarding the research problems and objectives. This study is guided by 4 principal questions. First, what concrete forms does faith-based ecological education take in the school under study? How is it translated into programs, learning, process, and institutional practice? Second, what ecological values are integrated into instruction and school culture? Third, to what extent does this educational model influence students' ecological understanding, moral attitudes, and spiritual perspectives? Fourth, how relevant is this model for the future direction of education and pastoral care, especially in responding to ecological challenge? Accordingly, the objective of the study is both descriptive and evaluative. Descriptive in mapping implementation patterns and evaluative in assessing formative impact. For the conceptual framework that supports our analysis, our central conceptual claim is that faith-based ecological education represent an integral model of formation. It integrates 4 dimensions: theological meaning, ethical responsibility, spiritual motivation, and concrete action. In this framework, nature is not viewed merely as a research, but as a gift entrusted to human stewardship. Ecological responsibility is not optional, but flows from moral vision and spiritual identity. At the same time, our framework includes a critical pedagogical principle. Conceptual and theological strength does not automatically generate behavioral consistency. There is often a gap between what learners understand, what they affirm, and what they actually practice. Therefore, implementation structure, institutional culture, repetition, modeling, and habitation system are decisive. Education becomes effective when values are embodied in routines and practice, not only expressed in concepts. Next, moving forward to the research context and methodology. The research was conducted in a Catholic senior secondary school environment characterized by strong emphasis on character formation, spirituality, and social responsibility. The surrounding region present both ecological richness and real environmental challenge. This makes ecological education not merely theoretical but contextually urgent. The school has implemented multiple ecological initiatives, including tree planting programs, environmental cleanup activities, waste reduction campaigns, integration of ecological dams into religious instruction, and spirituality-based environmental reflection. These initiatives indicate institutional awareness and programmatic commitment. Methodologically, the study used a descriptive and quantitative survey approach. The response consists of 30 final year students. The main instrument is a structured questionnaire using scaled indicators across 3 domains: ecological understanding, ecological attitude, and ecological practice. The survey data are complemented by surveys, by observation, and short interviews to strengthen interpretive validity. Next, the core section, the research findings and data presentation. For analytical clarity, the findings are organized into 5 clusters: respondent profile, ecological understanding, ecological attitudes, ecological practice, and institutional cultures effect. First, respondent profile. The total number of respondents is 30 final year students. In gender composition, 14 students, or 46.7% are male, and 16 students, or 53.3% are female. This relatively balanced distribution is methodologically important because it reduces dominance bias and supports more reliable descriptive interpretation. Second, ecological understanding. Students were assessed through structured items measuring their understanding of ecological responsibility in relation to faith-based moral teaching and stewardship principles. Based on scoring criteria, responses were grouped into adequate understanding and limited understanding. The data show that 26 out of 30 students, equivalent to 86.7%, demonstrate adequate conceptual understanding. 4 students, or 13.3%, show limited understanding. This indicates that most students are able to explain core ecological values, connect environmental care with moral responsibility, and relate it to stewardship principle. At the cognitive level, the formative outcome is strong. However, qualitative answer analysis show 3 depth levels of understanding: definitional, relational, and reflective argumentative. Most students are in the first 2 levels, while fewer reach reflective argumentative depth. Pedagogically, this means conceptual success is evident, but reflective reasoning capacity still needs strengthening through critical dialogue and case-based reflection. Third, ecological attitudes. Attitudes were measured using scaled agreement statements regarding moral responsibility toward the environment and the spiritual meaning of ecological care. The aggregated results show that approximately 83% of respondents fall into agree or strongly agree categories across indicators. Around 17% fall into uncertain or weak agreement categories and none show strong rejection. This indicates that a positive moral ecological orientation has been formed. Students increasingly see the environment as a value-bearing reality that deserves care. A comparative pattern is important here. Students who actively participated in ecological projects show consistently higher attitude scores than those with low participation. This confirms that experiential engagement strengthens moral commitment. Fourth, ecological practice, the most critical finding. Practice indicators measured frequency of concrete behaviors such as waste sorting, plastic reduction, participation in environmental action, and daily ecological habits. Results showed that 15 students, or 50%, report consistent ecological behavior, while 15 students, or 50%, report inconsistent behavior. When compared with the earlier findings, 86.7% strong understanding and over 80% positive attitude. This reveals a clear knowledge, attitude, and practice gap. Values are accepted cognitively and affectively, but not yet stabilized behaviorally. Student explanation point to four main limiting factors: lack of structured daily ecological routines, uneven reinforcement at home, limited supporting facilities, and inconsistent social modeling. The barrier is structural and habitual rather than ideological. Fifth, institutional culture effect. Approximately 70% of students perceive ecological values as embedded in broader school culture, in rules, symbols, programs, and shared activities, while about 30% perceive them mainly as lesson content. Students who perceive a whole school ecological culture show higher rates of consistent ecological behavior. This indicates that institution-weighted approaches are more effective than subject-only approaches. Next, let me now present the synthesis. Quantitatively, the pattern shows three different strength levels. Conceptual understanding is high, moral attitude is strong, but consistent practice is moderate. This gradient indicates that the main developmental task is behavioral structuring and habituation, not merely conceptual reinforcement. Next, I will now move to the implication for future education and pastoral care. Several strategic implications follow. Education must move from knowledge transfer toward lifestyle formation. Ecological themes should be interdisciplinary and continuous across the curriculum. Methodology should prioritize project-based and service-based learning. Values must be supported by institutional routines and systems. Teacher formation is critical because educators function as formative agents and role models. Evaluation should include behavioral and reflective indicators, not only cognitive testing. Collaboration with families and communities is necessary to sustain behavioral change. So, in conclusion, our research indicates that faith-based ecological education is effective in building strong foundation of understanding and moral attitude. However, the practice dimension requires more systematic reinforcement through habitation, institutional structure, and consistent modeling. The future of education and pastoral care requires an integral approach that unites meaning, value, reflection, and action. Faith-based ecological education should therefore be treated not as a supplementary program, but as a strategic formative pathway for responsible future generation. That's all from me. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. Now I invite all the participants to raise questions. But before I give you a chance, I would like to read some passage here. Understanding does not automatically produce behavior. It needs what Aristotle called habituation, or what the presenter called consistent practice and lifestyle formation. So now time for you to raise questions, or if you don't have any question, you also can give comments or feedback to reinforce the speaker's position. Father Atan.
I just want to know how important its relevance as you see yourself as a pastoral agent in daily life or in the future. How important is the relevance of your studies as you see yourself as a pastoral agent pastoral?
What is the importance of your study for your future life as a pastoral agent? Yeah, that's the question. Okay.
Okay.
You may answer in English, or if you like, you can answer also in Indonesia. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much, Father Anthony.
Yeah.
I will try to answer this question. Thank you very much for the question, Father Ratan. First of all, from the research we obtain, the relevance lies in integrating ecological responsibility in pastoral formation. Our findings suggest the pastoral leadership must move beyond preaching and foster ecological habitus through community-based action. So ecological spirituality must be embodied, not merely proclaimed. Other than that, for us as pastoral agents, the relevance of this research is deeply formative and practical. it reminds us that pastoral ministry cannot be confined to preaching, liturgy, or a sacramental service. In the light of the compendium of the social doctrine of the Church, we know the Church guided by the compendium of the social doctrine of the Church. Therefore, ecological responsibility must become an integral dimension of pastoral formation. Inspired by Laudato Si of Pope Francis, this research challenges us to move beyond verbal proclamation and embody ecological spirituality in concrete action. As pastoral agents, we are called not only to teach ecological values, but to model them, cultivating an ecological habitus within our communities. I think that's all.
Okay, I would like to invite also other authors of this paper, Vincentus Mbete, Ricardus Di Kuda, to add something for the question. Do you have anything else to add for the answer? Ricardus? Where is Ricardus? Is here? Oh? And Vincentus Mbete? Probably he is here. Okay, Vincentus, do you have something to say? Please.
Okay, I want to try answer from Father Atan question, but I think same like my friend. I think the important and pastoral care. So now I think here many people here, the priest and the students go to priest. So I think the pastoral important because the many people, you know, ecological convention, same like your mind and transfer your mind and your heart. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the question and also the answers. Yeah. Now we come to move to next question. Yeah. You will be the next, Father Bastian.
Thank you very much for the chance given to me. My name is Andy. First of all, I want to say thank you to the presenter for presenting the presentation very well. You have analyzed and emphasized the importance of ecological environment in an educational context. My question is, how important is the ecological conversion in resolving the crisis such as climate change? Thank you.
Yeah, it is clear enough for you. Do you want to answer it directly?
Yes,
or?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for the question.
How important is the ecological conversion?
We think ecological conversion is crucial in resolving the ecological crisis, because the crisis is not only environmental or technical, but fundamentally moral and spiritual. As emphasized in Laudato Si by Pope Francis, the root of ecological destruction lies in distorted human attitudes, like consumerism, exploitation, and indifference. So, technological solution and regulation are important, but without an inner transformation of values and lifestyle, this solution remain fragile. Ecological conversion reshapes conscience, motivation, and daily habits. It bridges the gap between understanding and action. As we observe in our research, where students showed strong ecological knowledge but inconsistent in practice. Therefore, from our research, ecological conversion is essential because it transforms ecological responsibility from mere awareness into sustained moral, especially sustained moral commitment and concrete action. I think that's all.
Okay, I think we have still 5 minutes more, so we just go directly to Father Bastian for the last question.
Thank you very much. Please take my question as not as an act of intimidating you, but as an appreciation for your work. Okay. It is striking that the findings of your research and the finding of the research on stickers are more or less the same. There is a dissonance between the level of understanding and practice among the Catholics when it comes to ecological protection. I accept all your proposal for solution, but I would like to go a more different way. Rival once asked Charles Cow's groups about the role of the government, why it is not included. So now I want to relate that with your presentation. So one way of changing the attitude and cultivating new practices is by taking the solution to the political level. Not only within the church, but to make the church more political, including its pastoral activities. For example, the church can push for the ratification of environmental friendly law in the regency. Hukum yang ramah lingkungan. That means that the pastoral activities of the church cannot only be like pastoral in the quotation mark, but also a bit political. So my question is would you take this suggestion, or you think that this solution is too political for the church? Thank you. Saya tanya dalam bahasa Indonesia kalau gitu ya. Oke. Solusi yang kalian paparkan ini saya terima, tapi saya mencoba menantang kalian dengan pikirkan satu solusi politik ya, yaitu membuat gereja lebih pastoral gereja lebih politis, misalnya dengan mengadvokasi pembuatan hukum lingkungan pada tingkat kabupaten misalnya. Itu kan bisa terjadi. Nah, pertanyaan saya, apakah kelompok menerima usulan ini atau berpikir bahwa itu usulan terlalu politis untuk gereja? Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Father Bastian. Maybe my friends of our groups have
Yeah. Probably other authors also can help to answer this question. Roberto Bolli and Antonius Neonnub can also answer this question.
Okay, thank you, Father. But I want to answer with Indonesian language. Okay,
You're welcome. Yeah, please.
Okay, thank you. But,
yeah.
But I think sometimes Indonesia go to Indonesian language. Sometime one time ago, I think go to international. But now I want to test Indonesia. So saya pikir apa yang disampaikan oleh Pater Lamnekin tadi, kami kelompok berpikir bahwa itu sangat bisa terjadi, bisa karena tugas kita sebagai agen pastoral itu adalah untuk membantu umat dan sebagai bagian dari government itu kita juga bisa membantu pemerintah untuk advokasi dengan cara mungkin saja katekese di lingkungan di KBG sebagaimana hasil dari Sinode Keuskupan Maumere. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the time is up. I would like to thank you for the presentation, Febri, and also for the participation of all of you. Let's clap our hands for each of us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presenter and the moderator. Finally, we have arrived to the very last session of today. And the last paper will be presented by Father Adrianus Johannes Mai. And the title of the paper is Multi-Stability and Digital Determinism, Shaping Religious Identity in Southeast Asia Through New Media. The session will be online because Father John Mai is in Yogyakarta and he is joining us by Zoom. And I would like to welcome Father Nart Hayong for chairing this session. Let us welcome Father Nart Hayong with a big round of applause.
Okay, finally, we arrived at the last session in today's program. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I am Bernard Hayong, as a chair of this session, and we are going to hear the presentation of Father Johannes Adrianus Mai. But yeah, we try to connect with him to make sure that he's already here with us. Hello, Father John, do you hear me?
Hello, Father Bernard. Yes, I'm hearing you, Father.
Okay, thank you. Father Johannes Adrianus Mai presentation, the title is Digital Multi-Stability and Technological Determinism, Religious Identity Formation in Southeast Asia Through New Media. Before we start, I want to introduce who John is. Adrianus Johannes Mai is a staff member of Ledalero Institute of Philosophy and Creative Technology. He holds 3 bachelor degrees, which are philosophy, Theology and Ministry. In 2012, he started studying philosophy at Ledalero School of Philosophy and completed it in 2016. At the same year, he continued his study in Theology and Ministry at University of Divinity, Melbourne, Australia, and was graduated in 2020. His research focuses on interreligious dialogue, culture, human rights, and political studies. His articles were published, he's already published many articles in such journals as International Journal of Innovation Research and Development, Politica, Journal of Politics and Human Rights. And currently he is a postgraduate student at Gadjah Mada University, majoring in philosophy. So it is my honor to invite Father Johannes Mai, and let us welcome him. Father John, the stage is yours. And your presentation will be 25 minutes, hopefully not more than 25, and then we have more or less 15 minutes for our discussion. So, John, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you, Father Nara. This is the last presentation for today. Hopefully, this is not the least of the presentation. And then I pick up the title, Digital Multi-Stability and Technological Determinism, Shaping Religious Identity in Southeast Asia Through New Media. Actually, that's the simple, I just put that one, why I put this one. First, when we celebrate Mass, particularly, we have to adjust with the situation, with the microphone, within our mouth, in front of our mouth, and how we put in the altar. That's the way why, and the technology determine us. We consider it or not, but we accept it or not, we have to accept that the technology determines us a lot. Okay, we go through, we continue. Okay, so this is the context of the Southeast Asia. Digital media central to religious identity in Southeast Asia, a region marked by religious pluralism, global platform culture, and then the debate is two sides. Technology, whether technology determine us or the technology is neutral. So this question need for the relational framework to combine technology and human agency. We have been discussing about that human agency before. Where is the place of human and where is the place of technology in this? In order to find our identity, especially the identity of religious identity. Actually, for me, there's influence two ways. Digital media influences practice and beliefs, and also religious identity shapes media usage. So two sides actually, not one side influence one, but two sides, they work together. Religious identity shapes media, and also digital media shapes the practice of religious. Okay, we continue. So the central question is this: how do digital media simultaneously constrain and enable religious identity formation in Southeast Asia especially? And how can this process be analyzed beyond technological determinism and purely agency-focused views? So that's not only one side, not human agency only, but the two sides also. We have to acknowledge that technology has influenced us a lot, and we have been determined by the technology. So this is the way religion, I call it digital religion, and is in the middle, and then it's determined by technological and also human agency. This digital religion is in the middle. Okay, this is the central question. We continue. Okay, that's my approach actually. Illustrate digital religious content, some videos, application, online observation, interaction, and interdisciplinary literature review. to focus on conceptual integration and interpretative reasoning. Why two sides, human agency and also the technological determinism is so important in order to shape our religious identity. Okay, continue. Okay. I take the actually two philosophers, well-known philosopher. The first one is Jacques Ellul, Technological Determinism. In 1964, he wrote a book, explain how technology determines us in almost all aspects in our life, actually. And then he said that technology has its own logic. Once we introduce something, then a human being cannot control anymore. It help us to it means that technology itself can expand itself without being controlled by human. So, and we have been discussing it. So how we are determined, and then how technology work, and where is the human agency, where we introduce the technology, and technology improve itself, and without controlling by being controlled by the human beings. Or by humans, and algorithms, platform logic, shape religious visibility and authority. Actually, technology in itself influence us to shape our religious visibility and our authority, also to challenge us at the same times. And then another one is Don Heide, the concept of multi-stability. Actually, in his book of post-phenomenology, he talk about the multi-stability. Means technology has multiple uses depending on the context. For example, in a knife, we can use the knife to cut the vegetables, and also at the time we can use the knife to kill people. We can use the one thing in multiple ways. And he highlights human creativity. So in this term, Don Heide highlights the human creativity and culture appropriation. So in terms of the multi-stability, we can use our creativity. We need our human creativity to use the technology. And also he introduced four types of the relationship between humans and technology. Embodiment, for example, smartphone extend the body, enable digital prayers and sacred text reading. And also, and second one is hermeneutics relation. Algorithms shape the visibility and perceive authority and religious content. And the third one is authority users treat artificial intelligence as a spiritual assistant. And the last one is background. The platforms subtly influence which religious content is seen and valued. Actually, this is the way two philosophers introduce the thought, and also I try to integrate it in the concept of religious identity. We continue. Okay, and then I synthesize two different things. Religion online, I call it religion online, is the negotiation between structured it means the technology and also agency or users or human. Actually, what do we call religion online or religion, digital religion, is a negotiation between two structures, technology and also agency user. From this, the key is the idea that online religious practice is not just saved by technology or the users alone. It's a dynamic interaction. There's two sides actually. The structures, platform, application, algorithms, interface design, and affordance that constrain or enable certain religious behaviors. So, for example, TikTok may favor short devotional videos, while Zoom enable live interactive worship. Like something we can use the two different types of the structure of technology. And agency, users, how individuals or communities choose to engage with, reinterpret, subvert technology for the religious practice. For instance, user may create hashtag or remix content or form online prayer groups together online religion immerse, and then we can use it for our group, and then together with two things in this synthesis, online religion or religion digital. or digital religion emerged from negotiation. Users navigate technological limit while also shaping the way platform is used. Okay, we continue. Okay, and then this is the context of our in the way Southeast Asia community live their religious. Islam, Christianity, Buddhism, Hinduism, indigenous belief coexist digitally. We have to accept it. We have no choice that we coexist digitally. For example, Indonesia TikTok Hijrah movement, Quran application, and also Bible application. In Thailand, we find Buddhist meditation application, hybrid spiritual practices. In the Philippines and Singapore, youth Christian content, devotional videos. Digital media means normalization and performance of religious practice. We live in this digital era, so we have to accept that it's a part of our life, as two philosophers have mentioned before. Okay, we continue. Okay, and then what's the findings that I find this paper? Actually, algorithmic mediation platform prioritize engagement, virality, and visibility. So religious content adapts to the platform logic. So if you want to be watched and to be heard, so you have to prioritize engagement, virality, and visibility. And religious content has to adapt with the platform of logic. Our homily should be short, and our reflection should be, and our video should be short, so people can watch. So shorter videos, emotional storytelling, aesthetics leads to a standardization and marginalization of minority and practice. So this is the critique, leads to standardization and marginalization of minority practice. The question is, when we find people who cannot use the technology, so the critique actually leads standardization, marginalization of minority practice. Okay, the second findings we can find. Continue. Okay, multi-stability and hybridization. Technology not fixed, but allow creative appropriation is according to ID. It's open to create, to allow us to be creative, to make videos, to make sermons, something like that. For example, Thai meditation application blend ancient practice with UA reminders. Or Filipino Christians mix humor and testimony in TikTok videos. Or indigenous communities use social media for ritual preservation. So highlights user agency and contextual adaptation. This highlights user agency, human beings as agency. We have to contextual adaptation with the new media. Okay, the third findings. Authority and community, the question before I listened for a panel and then the key presentation about the question about authority. Authority become decentralized and customizable. It means that we cannot depend our authority only one person that say the truth, but everyone can say the truth. So celebrity, for example, for celebrity preachers gain prominence via engagement. So communities form network, effective trans-local identities. The question before, what's our identity? There's trans-local identity, the hybrid identity. It means that you are not a Christian only, but it's a Christian as a Ledalero, as Indonesian, as Filipinos. We are part of Catholic Church, something like that. You are not only one person. Because the consequence of the technology become hybrid identities, trans-local identities. But the risk is the fragmentation or echo chambers. There is. Okay, we continue. Okay, and the fourth findings is commodification and gender. Digital religious content intersect with the market logic. We follow the market logic. Faith-based lifestyle brands application, like before the earlier presentation, we mentioned how the youth of Christian Catholic youth to meet each other. So with the application, fintech, so gender dynamic platform offer visibility for women, especially for women and for men, for youth. Also reinforce appearance norm and emotional labor. So there's the gender issue also. we can find from the technology and religious identity, they meet together, the agency, human agency. Okay, we continue. Almost done. Okay, the discussion, the last part. Digital media means dynamics side of negotiation between human agency and technology. There's not one side only. Allow structural constraint and algorithms and market logic, but don't ID influence us a lot how we as agency, as users, to be creative and become a hybrid as identity who being hybridized by many cultures. So what the question is, what is our religious identity now? Our religious identity is a product of ongoing negotiation, not a deterministic. And then religious identity is rationally mediated, emerging dynamically through intersection among technologies. This is the findings that we can find. And then practice communities rather than existing as a fixed substance. So that's why the substance with the question is, what's the substance? Because we relate to each other. We relate to we have the new mediation. We have the new things to adjust and to adapt it. So there's no fixed substance. Okay, we continue with the last part. Okay, the conclusion. Digital religious identity in Southeast Asia emerged from technology, culture, human interplay. And then we follow the framework of ELUL and ID to highlight opportunities, empowerment, hybrid identity, and visibility. But the challenge is fragmentation, bias, and marginalization. So for future research is we pay attention to the rural community, minority group, longitudinal studies. This is my presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay, let's give a big applause for Father John. Thank you for your about 20 minutes for presentation. That's why we have 20 minutes for discussion. Okay, thank you for your insightful presentation, and we come to the second part of this session. Yeah, I'd like to invite all of you. The first maybe two presents, two participants to raise your question. Okay, first Peter, and the second one maybe Atan, Father Nathan, and then rest for Bastian. Okay, please.
Okay, thank you, John Mai, for your good presentation. You deliver presentation about determinism of technology, and I think that some thinkers, for example, Don Ide and also even Yuval Noah Harari, are so optimistic with the cutting-edge development of technology. For example, Yuval Noah Harari even said that artificial intelligence is no longer artificial, but it becomes an alien intelligence. It is like a sentient subject. But I think that from the philosophical perspective, there is just like a deep consideration about this optimism. Yeah. So I want to know about your opinion, because you are studying in a philosophy program. I think that in philosophy, in connection with the problem of technology, there is a complex problem about the consciousness, human consciousness. And I want to know your perspective, how you view the problem of technology, for example, artificial intelligence, from the philosophy of consciousness, human consciousness. Okay.
Okay, Director John, you can answer the question. So let me hear the answer, and then you write the other question. Please
Okay.
Go on.
Thank you very much. That's a nice question, and then I really appreciate that. Yes, in the philosophical term, the what further done, how we put together with the human sense and also technology. Actually, we put them together. Yeah, how we put them together. Actually, for me, as personally, because I'm reading Don ID and also reading some Bruno Latour, so it's about how we relate to each other. One cannot change or to to obtain something or to change one subject, but we have to relate it to, for I personally I mention it as ontological relational mediation. So I personally I use that term ontological relational mediation means that even human beings we cannot claim that we are the only one for this today's context. We have to relate with others in order to find ourselves, and especially also so what we consider ourselves, so in terms of relation to others as well. For example, I consider my religious identity in terms of relation with the technology, for example, like that. There's no autonomy one person on one subject. That I think this is the point that I want to make. Thank you.
Technology cannot determine us. So what kind of consciousness that can be copied or that can be copied by the technology? There is two kind of human consciousness. The first one is the intersubjective consciousness, and it can be copied by the artificial intelligence. But there is an intrasubjective consciousness, and it cannot be explored or accessed by the artificial intelligence. And I think we have a confidence as a philosophy student to understand that the concept of intrasubjective consciousness is the challenge for the new development of artificial intelligence or smart robotics. Yeah, I think this can save philosophy. Yeah, the concept of intrasubjective consciousness. So I don't understand that. I'm not so optimistic like Yuval Harari or Don Heidi about the cutting edge technology, the development of cutting edge technology, because I think that artificial intelligence cannot copy our intrasubjective consciousness. This is the very existential consciousness. This cannot be copied by other tools outside of human consciousness.
Okay, Father John, do you want to make any comment before I move to another question?
Okay, thank you so much. That's great. Consciousness and intersubjective, actually. That's the problem. Yeah, that's the limit of artificial intelligence. Yeah, well, so many writers have talk about it. The limit of artificial intelligence is not about only the consciousness, but the silence that we can only present there and without saying anything. The meaning of life. That's the limit. I agree. That's the limit of artificial intelligence, because artificial intelligence cannot replace human beings in terms of the consciousness and also the mystery, to understand the mystery. Actually, many things, or especially the limit of life, the end of life also. So the death. So the artificial intelligence cannot explain everything. But in order to know ourselves, we need technology also to shape the way we think something. Yeah, but it cannot change everything or to change intersubjective or consciousness that belongs to the human beings. I think that's it. My comment. Thank you.
since you are a priest and you are studying theology. And thank you very much. That's all.
Okay, John, please.
Okay, a response directly?
Yes, please.
So, okay, thank you, Father. That's the good question, the very theological question. Actually, Father know the answer already. I don't want to explain it. But the word I use is the mediation. What's the meaning of the mediation theologically? Mediation means that Christ is the primary mediation. So the word, the logos is the primary mediation. If we translate it into theological term, but I don't want to translate it there. But the question is multi-stability. We can use the knife to kill people also, and also to cut the vegetables. And we have everything in ourselves. Either we have the opportunity to use it as in the bad way or in the good ways. So that's the meaning of the multi-stability. So everything that offered to us, we can use it accordingly. That's the meaning. And in terms of theological meaning, I think I mentioned mediation. Mediation means we call it deeply because only one mediation, primus mediator. I think that's only Christ. Thank you.
Okay, we still have, I think, 10 minutes more, yeah? Oh. So maybe any other question do you want, Bastian, or maybe for students? Any student who want to raise the question, feel free to ask also in Bahasa. I think, yeah, John directly answer either in Bahasa or in English. Maybe,
okay.
Bastian,
Then
you
I
go
can
first.
just feel the void, the silence. Okay. Before advancing my question, may I ask Father John to scroll back his PowerPoint to your research question, please. Probably the second slide, your research question. A research question. Okay. First of all, I would like to thank you for your presentation on empirical research that constitute your paper. But I would like to bring the issue to a more philosophical level by modifying a little bit your central question. So your question as it stands right now is, how do digital media simultaneously constrain and enable religious identity formation in Southeast Asia? Now, to make it more political, I change it into, how should digital media, blah, 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 and the rest. So what would be your answer to this new research question? Thank you.
Very good, Father. That's good. How should actually, so what's the purpose actually? But my research question is, how do digital media, how do it means the present tense? I use the present tense. But Father asked me to use the future tense actually, how should. But what I mean is, what happened now actually? Not only in the future, but what happened now, or it has been identified like this. How we identify our identity of religious identity has been shaped like this. So there's a presence. Also, we hope in the future to combine human agency and also the determinism of technology. The moral question is, how should we the most beautiful shape, or we hope something that's more, I think, it's better than now actually. That's the research question that you propose actually.
Well, I just wanted to take the question into a more philosophical level, but judging from your research plan, I think it is logical to proceed this way. You start from the empirical, and then from these empirical findings, you can make like a philosophical case, moral case, by modifying the question from how do to how should. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Bastian. Thank you very much.
Okay. If there is no, able to know there is any question. Otherwise, we have 3 minutes more. Okay, no question. So yeah, with this we come to end of our session, and thank you very much, Father John, for presenting your paper, and for all of the participants. I do not want to make a conclusion for our discussion, but I give chance to John. Maybe if you like to make a closing statement, please make it briefly.
Okay, thank you. So in the way we shape our religious identity, either we consider it or not, we are determined also by this media and the technology. At the same time, media determined by us. So two agencies influence one another. In Southeast Asia, digital media does not merely transmit religion. It shapes, negotiates, and redefines religious identity. Understanding this interplay of technology, culture, and human agency allow us to see both opportunities for empowerment and challenges for fragmentation and marginalization. The digital religious landscape is not fixed. It is site of ongoing negotiation, creativity, and hybridization. Thank you very much.
Of the organizing committee, I would like to thank all the paper presenters. Can we please give a round of applause for all the presenters and the chairs? And also for our panelists and everyone who participated from the morning until this evening. And for all those who joining us online, also thank you very much for your time. And tomorrow we will begin again at 8 o'clock with check-in, and then followed by our second keynote lecture, and then we're going to have 5 more paper presentations. So we look forward welcoming you once more tomorrow. Please have a good evening and enjoy dinner at your home. Thank you very much, and see you tomorrow.
Recording